Welcome to the stream, guys. Hit that like button one time. Subscribe to the channel. It's time to get to work. If you're now coming in the building, we got to talk about what's going on social media. I'm going to break all this stuff down for you so you guys can know what they're not telling you. Eddie Griffin is pulling a grift, and we got to talk about it. Not only Eddie Griffin, but content creators as a whole. They are capitalizing off of the death of Malcolm Jamal Warner by using his death for profit while trying to make you, the viewer, believe that he was fighting some sort of machine. Like he was fighting the industry. First of all, Eddie Griffin and Malcolm Jamal Warner were not friends. This is what a lot of people ain't understanding. Malcolm Jamal Warner made it very clear that they don't get along. Just because you go to your 9 to 5, it doesn't mean that you and all your coworkers are friends. But you got to work with each other, right? I worked with a lot of people at the 9 to 5 that I didn't like them, but I still got to be a team player. So even though I don't like these co-workers personally, we're not friends, but we got to work around each other. So I can't be beefing with you just because I don't like you. You understand? A lot of you go to work with people that you don't like, but you're a team player. Work must get done. So I got to be mature. We trying to get to this money. We trying to pay our bills. The last thing we want to do is get fired, right? So I got to work with you. That's the case of Malcolm Jamal Warner and Eddie Griffin. They worked with each other because they're trying to get to the bag, but that doesn't mean they like each other. So what's going on right now, and guys, if you're viewing this live stream, right, I need for you all to understand this, right? When you come to my platform, I need for you to understand this. When I speak about these issues, I'm 100% serious. A lot of these YouTubers are nothing but clout chasers who's just trying to get a YouTube check. Malcolm Jamal Warner died in a freak accident. They don't want the man to rest. They're using his death as if though he was fighting the machine, he was fighting the industry. Okay, I got a question for Eddie Griffin. I got a question for all the content creators. I got a question for everybody that's running a big mouth. What are you doing about it? That's right, nothing. All you're concerned with is getting a check. So when you people come to this platform, you're not on a regular YouTube platform. Over here, you're going to get the truth. You have another YouTuber, a sick demon, a narcissist, a warlock named New Breed. He just did a video, probably still on, talking about Eddie Griffin confirms Malcolm Jamal Warner was at war with the industry. How could Eddie Griffin confirm that Malcolm Jamal Warner was at war with the industry when Malcolm Jamal Warner is dead and can't defend himself? How could another man confirm that? Eddie Griffin wasn't talking about Malcolm Jamal Warner before he died. If they were at war, you would see him talking about that man all the time. They were not friends. So for Eddie Griffin to make an Instagram post the way he did, he's clout chasing off of a dead man to try to get all the viewers to believe that the industry killed him. How? He drowned. He was with his daughter on vacation, most likely around friends and other people. But y'all just can't let that go. Why they didn't kill Eddie Griffin yet? Why Eddie Griffin is still here? How come they didn't kill him yet? Since he have a big mouth and he's fighting a machine, Eddie Griffin is just mad because he can't live the way he want to live. I'm just keeping it a buck with you. Eddie Griffin cannot do what he want to do no more. Malcolm Jamal Warner was not friends with Eddie Griffin, guys. They were not friends. So how could this guy, it's just like when Kevin Samuels died, everybody started claiming they good friends with Kevin Samuels. But when Kevin Samuels was alive, none of those people were saying that. Once he died, all of a sudden now, you got YouTubers coming all out of the woodwork. Yeah, I was good friends with Kevin Samuels. Yeah, we were good friends. Clout chasing so that they could get money. That's what it's all about, guys. Look, to the viewers that are coming in, right? I know that a lot of you guys frequent a lot of YouTube channels, right? And it's easy for you to get deceived by a lot of YouTubers. These influencers, man, are from the devil. They lie every day, guys. I know you don't want to believe that. But these content creators will lie every single day in order to get a check. In order to get a YouTube check nowadays, you got to be a liar. You got to really be manipulative. You got to be a demon. Just like in Hollywood, people got to sell their soul to be successful. On YouTube, on social media, you have to lie. You have to manipulate. Yeah. When you manipulate, you'll have 1,000 people viewing your show. When you manipulate, you'll get hundreds of thousands of views. You'll make a bunch of money. Why? Because you're a good manipulator. You're a good liar. You gotta damn near sell your soul on social media. There is such a thing as selling your soul to the devil on social media. That's right. You gotta sell your soul. So what a lot of these influencers are doing to you good people on social media now is they're trying to convince you that Malcolm Jamal Warner's death was a plot because, he's waking the people up. Okay, why haven't the government killed all these preachers yet? Why haven't the Illuminati, the government, killed these influencers on social media? Why they're still alive? Why they're able to post videos? Why is Eddie Griffin able to just say what he want to say on platforms and he ain't dead yet? Come on now. They got you good people so confused that you think anytime somebody die, some mystery entity took them out. You all graduated high school, right? I hope you did. Use your brain. The man drowned. R.I.P., rest in peace, speak something positive about his name, but no. Let's create a boogeyman. Hulk Hogan died. Oh no, it was a blood sacrifice. The Illuminati got him. How many celebrities been dead? People gonna die. You're gonna die. Every last one of you viewing, you got a due date and an appointment with death in the future. There's nothing you can do about it. We're all going to die. Right? But I want you people to know the truth. The truth is Eddie Griffin lied. Let's read his post, right? I would show it to you on the screen, but you could just go to his Instagram page and you can pretty much find it. Because if I show you it, the camera's in reverse on YouTube, right? Now, Eddie Griffin on his Instagram, right, post a picture of Malcolm Jamal Warner and put a caption. He says, quote, "My heart is heavy today. For what the world lost was a father, a son, a poet, musician, an actor, a teacher, a writer, director, a friend, a warrior that I had the pleasure of going to war with against the Hollywood machine." At that point, Eddie Griffin needs to be canceled for disparaging the name, the legacy of Malcolm Jamal Warner. Because at no point on Malcolm Jamal Warner's Instagram did he say that he's at war with the Hollywood machine. That's Eddie Griffin's issue. That's Eddie Griffin's issue. He's clout chasing off the death of Malcolm Jamal Warner to enrich himself. These people don't care about nobody, guys. Some of y'all might be fans of Eddie Griffin, but at the end of the day, if a man died, why would you post on your Instagram page, "Oh yeah, we were at war with the Hollywood machine"? No, you were at war with the Hollywood machine. You're the one who was vocal in saying this and saying that. That's why you were blackballed and blacklisted, and nobody wanted to work with you. So now that this man is dead, now you decide to use your platform to include his name in your personal issues with Hollyweird. That's what he's doing, guys. I need for y'all to see it. Don't become a robot. Don't become sheep to the slaughter. Because these social media streets can really turn you into a zombie, guys. Nowhere on Malcolm Jamal Warner's page is he's going at war with anybody. He was doing his own thing. And what he was doing didn't include Eddie Griffin. Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner had a podcast? Put a 1 if you knew. Put a 1 if you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner had a podcast. If you don't, put a 2. Put a 2 if you don't even know. Because he had a podcast. And the truth be told, a lot of people don't know. And that's how you know that all of these content creators is full of ish, because the other day, I believe it was yesterday. Yeah, I think it was yesterday. They had a live stream, which was to pay their respects to Malcolm Jamal Warner. Where was everybody at? Where was all you folks who frequent these YouTube channels that's telling you a bunch of bull crap? Because when they went live on Malcolm Jamal Warner's podcast, nobody showed up. There was nobody there. Matter of fact, the same amount of people that you see viewing this live right now, about 200 and something people, that's the only amount of people that was there. You know what that told me? Nobody cares. Come on now. It's crazy, man. So what I'm trying to figure out is, they had a live stream to pay honor and respects to Malcolm Jamal Warner, but nobody showed up to his live stream Nobody was there. Where's the crowd? Where's all that love, that fake love that everybody's doing? The RIPs, the this, that. Where was all of that at his podcast? See, you don't even know. That's my point. Everybody's acting like they know Malcolm Jamal Warner now that he's dead. But when he was alive, none of these podcasters was talking about, yo, I can't believe it, yo. Malcolm Jamal Warner, yeah, yo, he just dropped a new video. Yeah, he's fighting the system. New breed. How come you weren't making videos about Malcolm Jamal Warner fighting the machine before he died? How come you never reacted to none of his videos? Because nobody cared. And that's my whole point. When you die, YouTubers begin to make videos. Not because they care, but because they want a check. I keep telling you guys this all the time. Make sure y'all hitting that like button, guys. We need y'all to hit the like button so more people to come in here. We need everybody to be here. We need 30,000 people to watch this show because I want to debunk all of this mess. I'm tired of you good people getting deceived on YouTube by these influencers. Enough is enough, guys. There's so much fake news, fake videos, fake content. These influencers are fake. They're fake, guys. If Malcolm Jamal Warner was fighting against the industry, where's all the reaction videos from YouTubers going back 2 years of them reacting to, yo, Malcolm Jamal Warner's going in, man. Yo, he's exposing the industry. Yo, he's doing it. Nobody was talking about him. Nobody. Nobody cared. They weren't even watching his podcast. His podcast was getting no numbers at all. Most of y'all don't even know what channel it is. That's sick, because what that tells me is nobody was following that man's work. Nobody. But now that the man is dead, you got all these YouTubers coming out talking about, well, his death don't sit right with me. Who the hell are you to make videos talking about this man's death don't sit right with you? Like you care. You don't care. You just want a check. These YouTubers are bought and paid for. Just like in the industry, it is said that people sell their soul for fortune and fame. Ladies and gentlemen, right here on YouTube, content creators sell their souls for fortune and fame. They have to lie to you in order to make it. They have to lie. Let me continue reading, guys. And make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. This is on Eddie Griffin's Instagram page. It says, quote, "My heart is heavy today for what the world lost was a father, a son, a poet, a musician, an actor, a teacher, a writer, a director, a friend, a warrior that I had the pleasure of going to war with against the Hollywood machine, and sometimes with each other, because that's what brothers do. But the love was and is always there. You've taught me so much, and I thank you. Rest well, big little brother." Eddie Griffin, you're full of shit. The reason why I say that is because I can see what you're doing. You're disgusting, and you should be canceled. Nobody should fuck with you after this. You disparage the name of Malcolm Jamal Warner to put something out there to say you and him were battling the Hollywood machine. And you said you had the pleasure of going to war together with him, as if though he was a part of your war, which now got all these dumb content creators making videos trying to get money off of pushing your narrative now. To the point where people are making AI videos. We're gonna react to a video. There's a video that I'm going to react to. Matter of fact, let me play a little portion of this, guys. Listen to this real quick. I want you to listen to this so that you can hear some of the stuff here, guys. I want you to see this clip, right? Okay. Wait a minute. I didn't want that. Not that. Okay. Listen to this, guys. Listen to this clip.
Me and Eddie really did not get along.
In real life?
In real life.
I did not know this.
Yeah. Like
Okay.
we didn't
Listen.
But
Listen, guys. Listen to this. Because these content creators are trying to make you think that these two men were like best friends, hanging out. These men were not friends. Listen to this again, guys.
me and Eddie really did not get along.
In real life?
In real life.
I did not know this.
Yeah. Like
Okay.
we didn't get. But every single week before taping, we'd come together. We put our hands together. We bow and we pray before we go out there.
You see that?
Warriors who couldn't stand.
Did you see that? From his own mouth, guys. But these YouTubers are lying to you, telling you, oh yeah, Malcolm Jamal Warner and Eddie Griffin, oh yeah, they were best friends, man. These guys, man, they were just fighting the system. That's what they want you to believe. That's how they earn the money. When you come to this platform, guys, I respect your time. Listen, when you good people come to my platform, I'm humble for you to even give me the opportunity to speak to you. The last thing I want to do is lie like these evil, wicked influencers on social media. They gaslight you. They lie, manipulate, distort information in order to get money. In order to get money, guys. Check it out. Let's listen at the tape again, guys. We're going to review this whole video. Let's go.
Me and Eddie really did not get along.
In real life?
In real life.
I did not know this.
Yeah.
You see that? Me and Eddie did not get along in real life. That came from the mouth of Malcolm Jamal Warner. But YouTubers are going around trying to make you believe that these two men were fighting against Hollywood. That's a lie. Malcolm was doing his own thing. That man was a poet, a musician, a father. He was doing his own thing. Period. He lived a private life, kept his family private. Eddie Griffin was always trouble. That's the reason why Malcolm had issues with the show. Because of Eddie Griffin. Do you see what I'm saying? Let me rewind that back so you can hear it. We're going to review this whole video. It's about 13 minutes. And you know what's so crazy? If you want to see the video yourself, right? Let me give you the title of the video, right? Because the title is very misleading. The title of this video is titled, What Eddie Griffin Just Said About Malcolm Jamal Confirms Everything We Feared. Now, what I told you guys about people who use fear-mongering, fear tactics. The title of this video says, What Eddie Griffin Just Said About Malcolm Jamal Confirms Everything We Feared. Now, what do you mean everything we feared? What they're trying to do is make you believe that somebody killed him. Because I don't fear anything but God. So what are they trying to do? This doesn't make any sense, guys. And do not post any profanity into the live chat, right? Don't post no profanity in the live chat. Be an adult. Carry yourself with respect, right? So that's the title of the video. That video was posted 3 days ago. It got 307,000 views. You know why? Because the video is filled with lies and fabrications. That's how people make money. They lie, distort, fabricate information in order to get the clicks and the views. And the sad thing is, you're more likely to watch their videos, support them, hit the like button, super chat. You do all of that stuff for the liars on YouTube. People like me that actually give pushback against the lies, we don't get no support. We're underrated. People don't support us. They don't share the videos. They don't click the like button. They hate us for actually revealing the truth, because most people would rather be lied to, because the lie sounds better. You know? I mean, check out this comment here. Somebody says, why are you always against blacks? You never speak about other races. Do you see what I mean? To the moderators, could you just block that person, please? Because what they're saying is a lie. They said, why you're always against blacks. Here I am speaking out against the lies that are disparaging the name of Malcolm Jamal Warner. A troll comes in here and says, why are you always against blacks? You never speak out against other races. What does that have to do with this topic? It's designed to be a distraction for you people. That's called gaslighting the viewers, distracting the viewers. Do you understand? So when they come in, you just got to block them. So moderators, be on high alert. As soon as anybody come in here with any BS, block them, right? This is not going to be a good zone for you to come in and just voice your thoughts and have a good day. No, if you come in here with any BS, block them, right? Because I like to let people rock out, share their thoughts. You could disagree with me, but when you come in here trying to be a distraction, trying to make it seem like I'm against black people, we got to pack you up and get you on out of here. Because on my platform, I focus on the truth. It doesn't matter what your ethnicity is. I'm going to focus on the truth and uncover the lies. Eddie Griffin is clout chasing off the death of Malcolm Jamal Warner. And I'm the first to call it out on social media. Right? So now, let's listen to this audio, guys. Again, we're reviewing the video, but I'm just going to play the audio because I can't really show the video because I'm on my phone, right? So now, again, listen to the audio of Malcolm Jamal Warner making it very clear that he don't get along with Eddie Griffin.
Me and Eddie really did not get along.
In real life?
In real life.
I did not know this.
Yeah. Like
Okay.
we didn't get. But every single week before taping, we'd come together. We put our hands together. We bow and we pray before we go out there.
You see that? Before they did tapings, they would bow, pray, and then get to work. Just like I told you, when you go to the 9 to 5, it doesn't mean that you and your coworkers get along. It doesn't mean that y'all friends, but you got to work with each other, no matter how you see it. I worked with coworkers that I didn't like. Didn't like them. Didn't like their guts. Didn't like the way they talk. I just didn't like these people. But when it's time to work, we did what we had to do. You would have never known that we beefing on the job because I took my job serious. When it was time to work, I remember I used to walk up to the dude. I'd be like, yo, bro. He'd be like, yo, what's going on? I'm like, look, I know we don't get along. We don't see eye to eye, but we have a job to do. Right? Supervisor assigned me to work with you. It is what it is. We're going to get this job done. And that was it. We just respected one another to get the job done. We didn't like each other, but we had to get this job done. And the type of work that I did, it was a very dangerous job. You had to trust your partner. You had to. Because you could die on the job. The type of machinery that we was operating, the safety measures, all of the things that went into the job, whoever was the person you were working with, you had to trust them. Because if they didn't press that switch while you're working on the equipment, or if they weren't looking out while you're working on the electrical stuff, if you're inside of a confined space, it could mean death. So we had to put aside our differences just to get the job done. That's exactly how Malcolm and Griffin worked when it came to taping the show. Just because you see people on a sitcom, a show, it does not mean that they get along. There have been many shows that we watched where we loved the show, and then when we found out, those two actors were not even cool. They didn't even like each other. They did not like each other. Case in point, Tyrese, I believe it's the movie Baby Boy. I believe it's the movie Baby Boy. What's the actor, the other black actor that played the dude that was dating his mom's? Rhines? Something Rhines. I forgot his name. Y'all know what actor I'm talking about. The dude that was in Pulp Fiction. Tyrese said in an interview, he said, I don't even like that guy. He said, I wanted to fight him on set. Because when he was talking about his mama, it pissed him off. Okay, Vin Rhymes. Okay, appreciate it. Tyrese said that in an interview that he don't like that guy. Still to this day, he don't like him. They were not friends, but they had to work with each other. Both great actors. I believe that Tyrese did a great job in that movie. The other brother, you know he's a great actor already. He don't need no introduction. But my point is, Malcolm made it very clear that he didn't get along with Eddie Griffin. So for Eddie Griffin to make an Instagram post claiming that him and Malcolm were friends, that's a lie. That's a lie. Because before Jamal died, there is no post on Griffin's page about him. If you go to Malcolm Jamal Warner page, you don't see no posts with this other guy. You don't see them hanging out. You don't see them drinking beers. You don't see them with the kids and, family and all. You don't see none of that. Normally when people die, everybody try to act like you were best friends with them. How many of you have people that you heard through the grapevine of them telling others that they cool with you? And you know damn well you're not cool with that dude. But they busy telling everybody like, yo, yeah, that's my mans and them, man. Yeah. And you're like, hold up. I don't even know this dude. But he trying to get clout off your name by saying y'all cool. You may have met him. You may have worked with him. But I don't know this dude. I don't know you, dog. So why you telling people we cool? You got people coming up to you like, yo, bro, your friend John pretty much told me, you know what I'm saying, that you said. I'm like, I don't know that dude. Who told you? He told you what? Oh, he told me y'all cool. That's why I let him in. Dog, I don't know him. Why didn't you just call me? I don't know that dude. There's a lot of people that do that, man. There's a lot of people that do that. Somebody says, why would Eddie need to clout chase? To make money. What's the matter with you? See, this is the problem with society, man. Why would Eddie need to clout chase? Because that's a job in which he could get his name into the algorithm. Think about this, guys. Let me do this. Let me go. Give me a minute, guys. Give me a minute. Let me do this real quick. Okay, let me see. Let me go to Instagram. Instagram. Everybody loves Instagram. Okay. All right, let's see. All right. On Eddie Griffin's page, right? On Eddie Griffin's page, he have some sort of event that he got coming up. And I believe the event is going to be Friday, October 17th, 2025. He's selling tickets now. It says, grab your tickets in the link, right? He made that post 7 days ago. Once you understand the play, you'll begin to see the grift. That's why his name is Eddie Griffin. Bars. So he has an event that he's selling tickets for. He made that post 7 days ago, right? He promoted some episodes of something that he's doing 3 days ago. Then he made the post about Malcolm Jamal Warner. What that does is that brings all the attention to him. That helps with ticket sales. You guys have to learn how social media works. You have to learn how social media works, guys. Then, 2 days ago, he posted another comedy event. This is after he talked about Malcolm Jamal, where he talked about this Albany, New York. I'm bringing live and unleash to the Funny Bone Comedy Club. It's all happening July 25th through the 26th. Do you see what's going on? 2 nights back to back. That's after he talked about Malcolm Jamal Warner. Think about the amount of tickets that were sold. Think about how he was able to monetize off of a dead man's name. Think about that. Did he reach out to his wife? Did he reach out to his family? Anytime you die, guys, people begin the clout chase. Eddie Griffin clout chased off the death of Malcolm Jamal Warner. And it's sad because even though I'm sharing this truth, you're not going to pay attention. And it's because our people are so easy to deceive. Notice this. Notice what you said. You said, we don't know that. Not everything needs to be public. Now, notice that. You said we don't know that. But yet everybody's saying that Eddie Griffin is right. That, yeah, the industry killed Malcolm Jamal Warner because Eddie Griffin confirms our greatest fears. You believe that. How come you're not saying, in regards to Eddie Griffin making that post, that he's wrong? You just said we don't know that. You say we don't know that concerning what I'm saying. But when Eddie Griffin says, yeah, you know, Malcolm Jamal Warner and me, yeah, we were warriors, man. We were warring against the Hollywood machine. You believe it. I'm telling you guys, man, you're quick to believe what he say, but me sharing this truth, you have a hard time. You know why? Because you're invested in the lies. You're so invested in these lies. These Hollywood actors are all actors. These comedians are all trying to make a dollar. At the end of the day, a lot of these actors, comedians, they're broke. Even if they got a few millions left, they're broke. They're broke. They're not as successful as they once was. I'm trying to show you the dark side of the industry, guys. All of the stuff that Eddie Griffin tell you about the industry, you think he would be able to do comedy or do anything? Think about this. Nobody would work with him. Nobody. It's all a grift. That's why his name is Eddie Griffin. It's a grift. Wake up. It's all right in front of you. The truth is in plain sight, but you can't see it because you're blind. See, I understand how black people are. I know black people really don't get along. And I know that a lot of them are snakes, and they would literally try to plot, manipulate, distort information if it benefits them. You don't think the same happens in Hollywood? People eat off of each other's dead carcasses. That man is dead. He's dead. What does Eddie Griffin do? Disparage his name by publishing a lie so that we can all believe, yeah, you're right. The industry killed him because he was fighting the machine. Fighting what machine? What are you talking about? What are you doing? What? Fighting what machine? And even if that was true, what are you doing about it? Not a damn thing, but talking. Because that's what black people do. They just talk, no action. You ain't gonna do anything, but you busy talking, listening to these influencers on YouTube. I told you 1,000 times, guys, social media is a business. Nobody comes on social media just to make a video to waste their time. I'm at work right now. Some of you truckers, you're at work right now. You're driving that truck. You're getting paid. You're at work. I'm doing my job. I'm an influencer content creator. But the difference between me and these other content creators, they distort information to make money. I speak the truth. I break down the videos and expose the lies and the intent of all the other nasty mess that goes on in this industry. That's what goes on. You see? That's what goes on, guys. But for some reason, it's like people can't see what's going on, man. They can't see the evil. They can't see the manipulation because you're blinded by the industry. Remember, Eddie Griffin was in the industry. So if anything, how do you know Eddie Griffin didn't take the oath? How do you know Eddie Griffin ain't grifting you right now? Come on now. How do you know that? Give me a minute. Let me see. Da, 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 da. People are making so many misleading messages, so many misleading posts. When these actors get out of line in Hollywood and they get blacklisted, blackballed, or whatever the case is, they begin to cry foul play. And then what they do is they go to social media and they start making a bunch of posts because they're just an angry employee. No different than if you was at the 9 to 5, they let you go, you got fired, you get upset. What do? You go online, you start to talk ish about the company. That's what people do. That's what he do. But now he's trying to live vicariously through Malcolm Jamal Warner to make it seem like they were both on a mission to take down Hollywood. That's disgusting, nasty work, man. You're using a man when he's dead. You didn't say that before. Mr. Griffin never told us before that him and Malcolm Jamal Warner was fighting the Hollywood machine. So why he doing it now? That's a clout chase. That's what clout chasing is all about. And people keep acting as if though, well, he don't need no clout. Why would he do that? Everybody needs clout. Everybody. Everybody trying to come up. Everybody trying to come up. If you on a 9 to 5, you trying to come up. Everybody's trying to come up. So by him using Malcolm Jamal Warner's name, it makes him more valid. By him making that post, it validates his mission because he's using Malcolm Jamal Warner as some sort of, I can't even describe how this grift works, man, because it's nasty. It's real. And they did the same thing with Kevin Samuels. That's what I'm trying to show you. You have a YouTuber that once Kevin Samuels died, a YouTuber started claiming he's friends, good friends, with Kevin Samuels. And that's a lie. He was not good friends with Kevin Samuels. He was not. Most of us brothers that are in this space, we knew of Kevin Samuels before he was Kevin Samuels. He was the guy that reviewed fragrances and did style videos. That was his niche. And O'Shea, Duke Jackson, was the one who first had Kevin Samuels on his platform, which gave him the recognition of the community even knowing who he was. Nobody knew who he was. That's when everybody in the black sector of YouTube first heard about Kevin Samuels. And guess what? Even after the interview on O'Shea's platform, nobody still didn't care about him because nobody was rocking with that cologne style. Nobody cares about that. No shade on the men that do style videos. But my point is, at that time, men were on a different course in these spaces. So they didn't rock with none of that. Over time, Kevin began to switch up his content because he saw what the brothers were talking about. But the thing is, when we were talking about women and talking about this and talking about that, we were going in using a lot of profanity. It was hateful. Kevin decided to do it in a way that brought men and women together and made it entertaining. That's how he was able to blow up. And he did it during the pandemic when everybody was home. So he had the advantage. Once he passed away, everybody started to claim friendships. Oh, I'm good friends with Kevin Samuels. Yeah, me and him are good buddies. All of it is a lie. All of it is a lie, guys. So now Griffin is trying to claim that him and Malcolm Jamal Warner was fighting the machine. That's a lie. One big lie, guys. Let me read that section again. Quote from Eddie Griffin's his Instagram page. He says, My heart is heavy today. No, it's not. For what the world lost. The world didn't even care. The world was not checking for Malcolm Jamal Warner while he was alive. None of you supported his podcast. None of you were at his shows. None of you were there. You're lying. You're a bunch of hypocrites. Everybody who's acting and giving off this fake love, this fake outrage, you're all fake. You know? Totally fake. Because before Malcolm died, nobody was talking about him. Nobody was checking for him. If you really ask yourself this question, how many of you sincerely, at least 4 months ago, were you even thinking about Malcolm Jamal Warner? Were you even thinking about him? Yes, no. I mean, it's how you are in school. I'm telling you, man, it's so difficult to get people to participate with a show. I asked you guys a question. Were you thinking about this man, looking at his content 4 months ago, leading up to his death? Come on. Nobody was. And that's my point. But all of a sudden, all these YouTubers are acting like they're investigators of his death. Like they really cared. Like they were following the work of Malcolm Jamal Warner. All of them are frauds. They're all liars. None of them were following him. None of them cared. None of them. He was a musician. He played bass. He was a musician. Did you go to his shows? No. Did you view his podcast to hear him talk about different issues? No. So why is it that everybody's outraged now? Acting as if though they know of, oh yeah, he was fighting against the industry. You're a liar. Because you don't know nothing about him. Come on now. Eddie Griffin said on his Instagram, my heart is heavy today for what the world lost was a father, a son, a poet, a musician, an actor, a teacher, a writer, a director, a friend. That's a lie. Anytime people are going to clout chase, they have to put a lie in there somewhere. The section of his post that reads, a friend, a warrior that I had the pleasure of going to war with against the Hollywood machine. That section right there is so misleading. So misleading. Because Mr. Warner never said that on his Instagram page. But now the world is looking at Malcolm Jamal Warner now, because of Griffin, as if though he was at war with the Hollywood machine. The ultimate clout chase. The ultimate clout chase. He said, I had the pleasure of going to war with against the Hollywood machine and sometimes with each other. Now notice that part. Sometimes with each other. What did Malcolm say in the video clip, guys? He said he don't get along with that guy. Listen to what he said, guys. Let me play back the tape. Let's go. Hold on.
Get along.
Hold on.
In real life?
In real life.
Listen.
Me and Eddie really did not get along.
In real life?
In real life.
I did not know this.
Yeah. Like we didn't get. But every single week before taping, we'd come together. We put our hands together. We bow and we pray before we go out there. 2 war.
Let me see. What exactly is this guy saying? Corey Smith says, what exactly are you doing right now? Why are you here? Why are you here? I've been on now for 52 minutes. You're asking me, what am I doing? Well, what is your purpose for being here? You're asking me, Ringo, did you check for him? That's a dumb question. You know why that's a dumb question? Because I'm refuting all of these Instagram YouTubers and TikTokers that are misleading the public by acting as if though his death was done by the industry. Because if you watch my first video, when I talked about his death, I made it very clear. I don't follow him. I don't know nothing about what he's doing. All I know is he's Theo from when we were kids. So what are you over here gaslighting these viewers for? Why are you gaslighting my viewers? By trying to flip the script by saying, well, what are you doing? Obviously, the spirit that you're operating with right now is not the spirit of truth. You have a spirit of being an accuser of the brethren. I'm over here refuting the lies that's being done against this man's death. And all you can do is sit there and try to, well, what are you doing? And you didn't check for him. He's not my family for me to check on. What I'm showing you is nobody followed Malcolm Jamal Warner's work. So how is it that all of a sudden YouTubers are telling you guys that he was a freedom fighter, that he was fighting the industry, but none of you know about his work? None of you know. None of you know what he talked about. Y'all didn't follow his podcast. Y'all didn't follow his shows. Y'all don't know nothing about what he did. Y'all don't know. But you're listening to Eddie Griffin and these dumb YouTubers that just want to make $1 lying to you? Which side of history are you going to be on? The side that hates the people like me who speak the truth, but you don't give no pushback to these YouTubers that are making misleading videos. You don't talk about that. You don't talk about the YouTubers that are making these misleading videos. Come on now. Let me block all of these people here. Let me block all of you. All of you idiots that's coming in here being a distraction to the content. We just gonna get you up on out of here. We don't got no time. Let me see. It's gonna pack all of y'all up, right? Y'all don't belong here. Y'all on the wrong side of history. We don't got time. I don't got time to keep explaining myself to demons. If you're not here because you can see through the lies that and the manipulation that these content creators are doing on social media, if you can't see through it and you keep questioning me, you're from that devil system. You're the ones who don't want these people to wake up from the grift that's being taken place right now. There's a major grift going on social media where all these content creators are being paid to push narratives that are false. They're pushing false narratives. I don't even know why these people viewing me. Like literally. Because the people that rock with the platform, they know exactly what kind of work that I do. But at the end of the day, you seeing these weirdos coming in here and they're not focusing on the subject. It's like they're being distractions. They're asking stupid questions. They're focusing on this. They're talking about that. Bro, I don't know what's the matter with these people today, but they're slow. And a lot of these entities are actually demon spirits that are operating through them. They don't want you folks to actually wake up. You know? Let me block this person too. Anybody that come in here with any nonsense, you're just getting blocked. Right? I'm not wasting any time. This video here, the level of truth that I'm pushing out here, anybody coming in here with any nonsense, you're just getting blocked. Right? If you're going to come in here, you got to be respectful. You're just getting blocked. Because this particular content I am passionate about. You're telling me to humble myself, calm down, you're crashing out, all this other stupid stuff. See, it's interesting how people want to do all of that stuff when you're actually speaking the truth. And you wondering why I keep telling you that this world is fake. You're wondering why I keep telling you this is the worst time in history. Because people are crazy. People don't want the truth. They don't want the truth, guys. They want to be lied to. This is what they want, guys. This is what they want. Yo, ladies and gentlemen. Yo, man. They did Brother Malcolm dirty, man. You know that man was really trying to wake our people up and they took him out. Took out a father, bro. The industry. The industry sacrificed him, bro. I can't believe they did that, man. But we're going to expose these damn devils, bro. Hollyweird, man, I tell you, it's a diabolical sick system. They literally blood sacrificed this brother, bro. They try to fake it like he drowned, but they probably poisoned him, put something in his drink, knowing that he liked to swim, to make it look like he drowned. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's what they want me to do. That's what they want. You know what's so sick? Some of these YouTubers, let me tell you what they'll do. They'll clip that little clip of me acting and say, see, Ringo agrees with Malcolm Jamal Warner being blood sacrificed. And they'll make a video like that and get views. And because people are slow and stupid, they won't fact check nothing to know that I just did a reaction of what people really want to see. Do you see how I was able to do that? And I could easily do that and get a ton of views. But that's not the truth. That's a lie. But what you good people don't know about social media is that a lot of content creators have sold their souls to the devil. They want you to believe that all of this selling soul stuff is only in Hollywood. No, it's not. It's right on YouTube too. Social media. Oh yeah. People sell their soul, man, for clicks and views. They sell their soul all right on social media, guys. It happens all the time. There's a lot of content creators that you guys are subscribed to and watch who get hundreds of thousands of views every time they post a video, guys. Those are the devil's views. Those views are from the devil. The devil will make those platforms grow, thrive. Those they just keep growing and growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. You wondering, what the hell is this person doing? Sold their soul. They sold their soul, guys. Let's react to this video, guys. This is a 19-minute video. I'm only going to play the audio, and we're going to react to this particular video here. Somebody made this video 2 or 3 days ago, and it amassed about 300,000 views, of course, because that's what happened when you put out garbage and fake news. People eat it up. When you're like me and you actually speak the truth, people fight against you. All those trolls and demons that I had to block, those are people fighting against truth. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to wake up. What did Morpheus talk about in the movie The Matrix? These people will fight you to keep the system going. They'll fight you. They'll fight you. Literally, you could be speaking the truth. They'll kill you. And they be distracted. The woman in the red dress, remember Neo? Morpheus was trying to give him the truth. But there was a distraction. Woman in the red dress. He busy looking. When he turned around, that was Agent Smith. How many of you guys are still distracted on social media watching Instagram pics of women lusting and thirsting and hitting their DMs every damn day thirsting, wasting your life away? You're not even in the gym, bro. You're not even focused on your health and fitness. You're not even focused on your money. You're busy focused on women all day, being distracted. Here I am giving the ultimate breakdown of what's going on. You don't want to hear it. You want to hear lies. But let's break down this video. Listen to Malcolm.
Me and Eddie really did not get along.
Him and Eddie did not get along.
Real life?
In real life.
In real life.
I did not know this.
Yeah. Like we didn't get. But every single week before taping, we'd come together.
Every single week before taping, which mean when doing episodes, that's the only time we had to work together. And y'all all know when you go to your job, you don't necessarily like people, but you got to work with them.
Put our hands together, we bow, and we pray before we go out there.
Two warriors who couldn't stand each other, praying together before battle. Every week for 4 years.
Battle, not with the industry, battle on set. Remember, context. What were they battling? On set. In other words, when they're filming these episodes, when they're filming these shows, that's the battle. Do you understand? Listen.
Malcolm Jamal Warner and Eddie Griffin put aside their personal differences to fight a war most people didn't even know was happening.
That's misleading. That's misleading. Because now they said they put aside their differences to fight a war that nobody didn't know was going on. That's misleading. That's a lie. And they're using an AI voice in order to speak. That's an AI voice. That's how they do content on social media now. They make fake content, fake news, distort information, and make you believe that's what they were doing. So now Eddie Griffin is able to clout chase off the death of Malcolm Jamal Warner now, and everybody's publishing these videos live by making Eddie Griffin's name go in the algorithm, y'all. His name wasn't in the algorithm. His name wasn't in the algorithm, but now it is. Eddie Griffin breaks his silence on Malcolm Jamal Warner's death. Breaking news. Eddie Griffin speaks the truth of what really happened to Malcolm Jamal. This is what they're doing, guys. And now Griffin is able to capitalize off the death. If this was a blood sacrifice, Eddie Griffin is the beneficiary. If this was a blood sacrifice, if I was to go with that narrative, even though I'm not, because he drowned. If this was a blood sacrifice, Eddie Griffin. Eddie Griffin would be the beneficiary. Because Eddie Griffin is using Malcolm Jamal Warner's name, likeness to enrich himself. That's what's going on, guys. Shout out to Forever Studios for the support. Appreciate you. Says all truth, no lies over here. Appreciate you supporting the show. Again, guys, be sure to click the like button, subscribe to the channel, and share the videos, guys. Very, very important content we pushing here. This is the only platform you're going to get the truth, guys. Everybody else on YouTube is bought and paid for. I know you don't want to believe that. All these channels that are publishing these videos, talking about Malcolm Jamal Warner, y'all believe these lies. I'm here to tell you, all of them are lying to you, guys. That's how social media work. In order to eat, in order to get a check, you gotta lie. You gotta lie, just like in Hollywood. You gotta lie. Remember when Dave Chappelle was alive? Not the Dave Chappelle that's here now, that's a clone. I'm talking about the Dave Chappelle that was on the Oprah Winfrey Show. Remember what he said about Hollywood? Remember he said it's toxic? Remember he said he had to leave and go to Africa? That was the real Dave Chappelle. The Dave Chappelle that you see today, that's a clone. That's not the real Dave Chappelle. Just like the Jamie Foxx that you see here today, that's not Jamie Foxx. I know you believe it is, but that's not Jamie Foxx. Those people are gone. When all the drama happened with Jamie Foxx and everybody was wondering what happened to him, he died. He's out of here. All of these new people that you see here, I don't know who they are. Y'all remember all of those video clips that you seen of Biden, President Biden, when they would have like press conferences and you would see Biden standing there like this? And he wouldn't move and he looked weird like a robot. And people would be talking to him and he'll be like this. And he don't move. And you're like, what the heck is going on here? Because that's not real. That's not Biden. That's somebody they just had in office. And their body is tweaking. I don't know what kind of technology is that, but that was not Biden. That was somebody they just put out there to speak to the American people. I know this truth is like, some of y'all, man, it's just too deep for you. It really is. But let's get back to the content because I'm trying to show you how they twist these words. And remember, I already gave you the video title that we're breaking down. This channel is pretty much a reaction channel. We do reactions, right? I'm not here to play a whole video straight through so you could just listen to it. I'm breaking it down. If you want to watch the whole video, I already gave you the title of the video. But remember this, when you go watch the whole video, you just help that YouTuber to get his big check. And the whole video is pure lies. I'm breaking it down so you can hear the truth. Now, let me go back to the top of the video so you can hear what it says. Let's go.
Me and Eddie really did not get along.
In real life?
In real life.
I did not know this.
Yeah. Like we didn't get. But every single week before taping, we'd come together, we'd put our hands together, we'd bow, and we'd pray before we go out there.
Again, you have somebody else says, this is crazy. Okay, at K Mula, let's add you on the block list. Bye. Right? Let's get back to the content. I don't got no time to play with people that's telling me this is crazy. If you believe my message is crazy, leave. You wasting your time being here. You know what's crazy? Crazy is you listening to these YouTubers telling you that Malcolm Jamal Warner was blood sacrifice. That's crazy. Crazy is you listen to Eddie Griffin saying that him and Malcolm Jamal Warner was fighting the Hollywood machine. That's crazy. But for some reason, when a black man like myself is speaking on these issues, it's crazy. You shouldn't be watching me if you feel that way, because you must be crazy if you're watching me. Let's get back at the content. If you come in here with any BS, right to the block list. Let's go.
Me and Eddie really did not get along.
In real life?
In real life.
I did not know this.
Yeah.
He did not know this. Why? Because everybody thought they were friends. Everybody thought they was friends. They thought that Griffin and Malcolm was good friends. You see that? But they weren't.
Like we didn't get, but every single week before taping, we'd come together, we put our hands together, we'd bow and we pray before we go out there.
Two warriors who couldn't stand each other, praying together before battle. Every week for 4 years, Malcolm Jamal Warner and Eddie Griffin put aside their personal differences to fight a war most people didn't even know was happening.
There is a systematic effort to destroy every black male entertainer's image.
Do you see what they're doing? The person who made this video took this clip from a Vlad TV interview, and they want you to think that Hollywood is trying to destroy the image of black men and all this other stuff, but yet all these black men remain in Hollywood. If you really believe that Hollywood is doing this to black men, why are black men still in Hollywood? Why are black people still in Hollywood trying to be a part of Hollywood if this is happening? That's Griffin's way of staying relevant by acting as if though he's exposing this dark side of the industry, but yet they still a part of the industry.
They want us all to have an actress by name.
For over a decade, Eddie Griffin has been screaming about Hollywood's war against black men who refuse to submit.
You see that? All of that stuff right there creates a conspiracy that some sort of diabolical issue is going on in Hollywood. Yet, these very same people are still in Hollywood. They're still there. And now he's trying to use the death of Malcolm Jamal Warner to further his career. That's how diabolical and sick this industry is. They'll use your death to enrich themselves.
Whatever happened to integrity, man, huh? How many brothers gotta wear?
Eddie exposed the systematic emasculation program, but nothing he predicted could have prepared him for what happened to his former co-star on July 20th, 2025.
The actor Malcolm Jamal Warner, widely known for starring in the hit TV sitcom The Cosby Show, has died.
When Eddie Griffin heard his old co-star was dead, he didn't post some generic RIP message. He dropped a bombshell on Instagram that exposed exactly what killed Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Notice, he exposed exactly what killed Malcolm Jamal Warner. That's a lie, because Malcolm Jamal Warner drowned. But the way this video is so manipulative, the way they edit this thing, it really would have a viewer tuning in like some sort of boogeyman killed this man while he was in Costa Rica. Now keep in mind, not in the US, in Costa Rica. For some reason, the Illuminati decided we're going to go down to Costa Rica while this man is on vacation, mind you, with his daughter, and we're going to kill him. Then you have YouTubers that are trying to put everything together. Well, was his daughter next to him? Because how could he drown? And, we don't swim. Us black people, we don't swim. You don't even know where this man was, and you're here trying to make it seem like you know everything that's going on. That's what YouTubers do, guys, in order to get a check. They'll say anything. That's why, as a viewer, you got to have critical listening skills. When you take civil service exams, various tests, you use deductive reasoning skills to determine which the answer is, because it's normally two answers that look good. You have to deduct the two that makes no sense. You know what I mean? Deductive reasoning skills. Reason. Use your brain. Think. Use logic. Read to understand the question. Look at the four answers. Deduct the two that make no sense. All right? Now that you got the two, which one of those make the most logical sense? Pick the one that sounds the best. That's the answer. That's how I used to get hundreds all the time on my tests. I've learned how to use deductive reasoning skills, and it helps out. Right? So now, when we listen to this tape, man, it's edited to manipulate viewers. It's edited to manipulate the viewers. That's what it's designed to do. Let's get back at it.
The actor Malcolm Jamal Warner, widely known for starring in the hit TV sitcom The Cosby Show, has died.
He wrote, "My heart is heavy today, for what the world lost was a father, a son, a poet, a musician, an actor, a teacher, a writer, a director, a friend."
A friend. They were not friends. That's a lie. They were not friends. That's a lie, people.
Warrior that I had the pleasure of going to war with against the Hollywood machine.
That's a lie. Why would you say that? Why would you say that when a man is dead? Malcolm never said that. Malcolm never said, hey, me and Eddie Griffin, yeah, we going at war with the Hollywood machine. Where's that post? Find it. Where's that post? When have Malcolm Jamal Warner publicly said, me and Eddie Griffin are out here battling the machine?
Sometimes with each other, because that's what brothers do.
No, he's trying to play right there. He's trying to act like they were brothers. Like, in other words, don't believe all the lies that we didn't get along. Yeah, we had issues, but that's what brothers do. No, they were not friends, guys. These two men were not friends. Let's see. Timestamp 158. Okay, cool. Let's go back. I'll get right back to where we were. Listen to Malcolm Jamal Warner again, guys. Listen.
Me and Eddie really did not get along
In real life?
in real life.
I did not know this.
Yeah. Like we didn't get. But every single week before taping, we'd come together. We'd put our hands together. We'd bow and we pray before we go out there.
They do that all the time in every sports. They do that in football. They do that in basketball. You see them hold hands and they pray and they go out there to win a game. That man said, me and Griffin did not get along. But in Griffin's post, he made it very clear that him and Mr. Warner were best friends. They were good friends, guys. All lies.
When Eddie Griffin heard his old co-star was dead, he didn't post some generic RIP message. He dropped a bombshell on Instagram that exposed exactly what killed Malcolm Jamal Warner.
The actor Malcolm Jamal Warner, widely known for starring in the hit TV sitcom The Cosby Show, has died.
He wrote, "My heart is heavy today, for what the world lost was a father, a son, a poet, a musician, an actor, a teacher, a writer, a director, a friend, a warrior that I had the pleasure of going to war with against the Hollywood machine, and sometimes with each other, because that's what brothers do."
Do you see how he did that? He used Malcolm to push his movement against Hollywood, to try to make it seem like him and Malcolm was working together. That's a lie. Malcolm is not here to confirm that. Malcolm is not here to say, you know what, Griffin is right. Be very careful, ladies and gentlemen, what you watch on social media.
Love was and is always there. Eddie didn't say they worked in Hollywood. He said they went to war against it. That's not the language you use for show business disputes. That's military terminology. That's what you say when someone dies fighting an enemy.
Do you see the manipulation? Do you see how they're manipulating the viewers to make you think that Griffin was speaking in a coded language?
The war started during Malcolm and Eddie. Both men thought they were getting a platform to create positive black entertainment. Instead, they walked into a battlefield where every script was a fight. Every episode was resistance against a system designed to make them perform like trained monkeys.
Do you see that? Trained monkeys. Like whoever put this video together, right? They know how to pull on your emotions. They know how to cause outrage. They know how to make it seem as if though in the industry, they just treating black people harshly. And why are you there? If all of you actors feel like this industry is so evil, why do y'all go there? Why are y'all there? It don't make no sense.
So it was, for me, it was like going from a top university to junior college. Because I'm saying, look, we can actually be funny without doing the stereotypical stuff. And no one was really interested in that route. They're like, we didn't bring you over here for that. This is what we do.
Malcolm wasn't describing creative differences. He was describing psychological warfare. They took America's favorite TV son and tried to force him to degrade himself for their entertainment.
All of that is misleading. All of that is misleading, guys. Like I said, these videos that people publish on YouTube, they're so manipulative, man, with how they do what they do. They'll have you believe in anything. And before you know it, you're helping these content creators get rich overnight. They don't care. You know, this man died. They don't think about the daughter grieving. They don't think about his wife grieving. They go to social media to make videos to mislead viewers in order to get clicks and views. Imagine the wife is grieving. Do you hear the wife saying they blood sacrificed my husband? I think the wife would know more about her husband than us. I believe his wife know more about his work than you. You don't see his wife saying, they killed my husband. The industry did it. Yes, I have proof. You don't see that. But for some reason, influencers know everything about Malcolm, more than his wife and daughter. Make it make sense, guys. Make it make sense. Shout out to Caramel Kimmy Kim for the $10 support. Says, let's push this video through the algorithm. Ringo Gang. Likes up. We kindly appreciate your support. That's right, guys. Hit that like button, guys. Because, see, if the video is not getting pushed, it's because the people are not pushing the video. You rather see the video fall because you want the lie. I'm breaking it down for you. I'm breaking down the dark hidden truth that nobody wants to talk about. Like I said, guys, on social media, everybody got to go with the flow of the get along gang in order to make money. As long as you are part of the flow, everybody is good with you because you sold your soul. I didn't sell my soul. You understand? I speak the truth, unfiltered. Nobody's paying me $1. I get to do what I want to do on my platform. On all these other YouTube platforms, they already made a pact with the devil, and their job is to go along with the flow. So if they see other YouTubers misleading everybody, they go and they mislead everybody too because, hey, that seems to be making the money. So might as well I go with the same thing, right? I got to pay my bills. So they don't care. It's no different than a woman who goes into the corn industry. She know what she's doing is degrading. A woman that go to Lonely Fans and set up an account and get naked for these thirsty men, these dogs. She know what she's doing is not right, but she got to pay those bills. Got to pay that rent. So she don't mind doing it. Same thing on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. A lot of YouTubers, even Bible believers, will degrade themselves, sell their soul in order to get a check to pay their bills. They have no fear of God anymore, guys. You know? Block that person, anyone, YouTube, soul, whatever. That's a person with a brand new account. Just block that damn demon. You know? Anytime you have somebody coming in here saying you're all the same, just block that person. That person's a demon, right? If we're all the same, why are you watching me? Why are you watching me if we're all the same? Notice that. We're all the same. So why are you watching us? Think about that, guys. Think about, I want you to use your brain and use logic. Use deductive reasoning skills. If we're all the same, why that person is watching? If that person feel that way, why are they watching me? I would not be watching. Why would you support somebody that you all the same? So they're agreeing with the fact that they know something is wrong with social media. They know, but they're trying to include me. No, I'm not a part of that club. So don't try to project your demons on me to try to make it seem like I'm associated with these damn dogs and demons that you see on social media, because I'm not with them. You can see the passion in my work. You can look in my eyes and know I'm not playing. But these entities that you see on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, all they do is lie to the people. You know, shout out to V-Dub Man in the building. I believe I seen Forever Studios as well. I shouted out his support, right? Yeah, I believe I did. Did I miss anybody's super chat? I don't think I did. Yeah, so let's get back to the content, guys. Let's go.
When he refused, the machine turned against him.
Even though we were at odds.
Hold on,
we
wait.
both
Listen.
So it was for me.
And keep in mind, in that video, they're taking short clips, of different videos and editing them together. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, be very careful of YouTube videos like this, where you see people take videos and they have a short clip. You don't know where the video came from. You don't know the title. You don't know the context. You don't know what they're talking about. But they edit all the clips together to make it sound diabolical. Be very careful of that.
It was like going from a top university to junior college. Because I'm saying, look, we can actually be funny without doing the stereotypical stuff.
You see that? So what is Malcolm saying here? He's talking about whatever show that he was working on, we could be funny without doing all the typical stuff. You know, similar to all the other actors that would tell us how the industry would want them to do this and that. And who was that guy that said, I think it was Chappelle, where there was a scene in a movie and they wanted him to wear a dress. And he was like, no, I'm funny. I don't need a dress. I could be funny. Typical stuff like that. You know, Mr. Warner is basically saying, we don't have to do all that typical stuff. We could be funny without that. So it's like he's trying to negotiate with the producers on what can make the show entertaining and funny without them doing certain things.
And no one was really interested in that route. They're like,
You see that? Nobody was interested in that route because they already had their mind on what they want to do in terms of a show. We're not talking about demons. We're not talking about devils. We're not talking about the Illuminati. We're not talking about none of that stuff. It's no different than if you're at your 9 to 5 and you are working on the job and you have a particular strategy of how we can do this job, and you bring that to your supervisor and they just don't want to listen to you. And you're like, look, we working like this is unsafe. I'm calling OSHA. I don't know about you guys, but when I was on a 9 to 5 and we had issues where the supervisor wanted to put us in a hostile working environment, in a dangerous situation where it was risky and somebody could get hurt, I'm calling OSHA. And when I would say that, everybody in the supervision department they would get nervous. They would get nervous. They would get scared because you can make these phone calls and let them know, like, look, my supervisor, they're not listening. I went to the higher up supervisors. They're not listening. They're putting our lives in danger. We need somebody to step in and mediate this situation. OSHA come down to the job, heads are going to roll.
we didn't bring you over here for that. This is what we do.
You see that? We didn't bring you over here for that. In other words, Malcolm tried to bring what he wanted for the show. They was like, that's not how we do business over here. You see how that go? I'm giving you context on exactly what's going on so that you don't get deceived by these YouTubers that spin lies by using short video clips.
Malcolm wasn't describing creative differences. He was describing psychological warfare.
No, he wasn't describing no psychological warfare. He was talking about creative differences. Do you see how they just manipulated the whole thing? Malcolm just said what it was. In other words, he tried to bring a different spin on how they could do the show. The producers wanted to do it a new way. Malcolm didn't see that way as being creative or up to date or modern. He didn't see it that way. So he tried to tell them, like, look, creatively, I feel we should do this. They didn't want to hear that. But now this YouTuber is manipulating the viewers by making it seem like it's some sort of diabolical plan to kill Malcolm and take him out, like it was some sort of war he had. Listen.
Field where every script was a fight. Every episode was resistance against a system designed to make them perform like trained monkeys.
So it was, for me, it was like going from a top university to junior college. Because I'm saying, look, we can actually be funny.
In other words, a top university to a junior college. In other words, I'm a very skilled actor. I'm Michael Jamal Warner. I know how to act. I know what's funny. You guys don't understand what I bring to the table. So Malcolm felt that he was up here with his skill level, and it's sort of like they're suppressing his creativity as an actor and performer. That's how he felt like he went to a junior college. Look, guys, I'm breaking this thing down better than you can understand, guys. You gotta click that like button. Let's go.
Without doing the stereotypical stuff. And no one was really interested in that route. They're like, we didn't bring you over here for that.
We didn't bring you here to make changes to what we got going. And we're talking about creativity in doing a show.
Malcolm wasn't describing creative differences. He was describing psychological warfare.
Who's this guy? You said, so what does this have to do with Eddie? Block Prime Podcast. Just block him. You got to go. I got time to explain that. It's like you're slow. Let's get back to the content, guys. To the mods, just make sure you block the Prime, whatever his name is. Just block that person. Get him on out of here. You got to go.
They took America's favorite TV son and tried to force him to degrade himself for their entertainment. When he refused, the machine turned against him.
The machine turned against him. Now, question. If it's a machine and the machine turned against Malcolm Jamal Warner, because that's who they have on the front page, why would Malcolm Jamal Warner be working for the machine? If it's a machine, why would you be there? If these people are so diabolical and evil, why would you be there? Why would you be trying to benefit and have a lifestyle with a machine and think you're going to change this machine? Do you see where I'm going with this, guys? This is crazy. They calling it a machine. Remember, this particular user that made this video, that's misleading video, is calling the industry that Malcolm was a part of the machine he was fighting against. Malcolm was not fighting against nobody. Malcolm was talking about creative differences in doing a show. And this is why him and Eddie Griffin didn't get along, because Eddie was doing something different from what he wanted to do, and they were clashing on set. Let's go.
Even though we were at odds, what we both understood is we get to 100 episodes, we're going to have a sweet vacation.
You see that? Meaning they don't have to do no more shows because they did so much. They could go on vacation. They getting their money. They doing what they got to do. Pay attention, guys.
Really, they cut us at 88 because they were tired. They were tired of me fighting with the writers.
He was fighting with the writers. You see that? He was fighting with the writers, not fighting demons, not fighting the Illuminatis, not doing any of this psychological stuff. He was fighting with the writers because he wanted the show to go a different way, because he felt that as a talented actor who'd been doing this for a long time, he have a creative side and a voice. They should listen to his expertise in this situation. Let's hear about Griffin.
They were tired of Eddie's shenanigans.
You heard that? They were tired of Eddie's shenanigans. So what we got? Malcolm was fighting the writers, the people that was writing the show. But Griffin, they couldn't stand his shenanigans. Do you see the difference, guys? Do you see that? And with the shenanigans from Griffin, that also irritated Mr. Warner. Let's go.
Episodes, just 12 away from generational wealth through syndication. They killed the show because Malcolm and Eddie wouldn't stay in their place.
No, it's not because Malcolm and Eddie wouldn't stay in their place. The way they're spinning this video, guys, is like these two guys were just slaves. No. These guys were a part of the industry. The very industry everybody is saying killed Malcolm Jamal Warner, both Griffin and Malcolm was a part of that industry. So if the industry is so evil and wicked, and it is evil and wicked, but at the end of the day, there is a business side to the industry. See, I don't want you to think that everything in the industry is just the devil and demons. It's a business, ladies and gentlemen, a business. Is there some sort of wicked side to the industry and certain loopholes and certain groups and fascism of the industry? Yes, there's something about that. But the industry is a business, just like any other industry. If you're in the car industry, you got to play along with the game. If you're in sports, you got to play along with the game. If you're in the music industry, you got to play along in that game if you want success, no matter how you see it. But people making it seem like everything is about demons and devils and the Illuminati all day. That's a lie. Because if that's the case, the same thing goes on in your 9 to 5, which means if you're at a job, you're in the industry. If you're a trucker, you're in that industry. If you're a fireman, you're in that industry. So if the industry is all evil and wicked, why are we trying to work there? Come on, man. Stop it.
Machine doesn't just control your image. It controls your money, your future, your ability to build independent wealth.
Do you see this? The industry controls your money. The industry do this. The industry don't do anything. If you don't like the industry, leave. Find another way to make money. See, they're trying to make it seem as if though the industry is doing. These people want to be in the industry. These actors, these artists, they want to be in the industry. They just couldn't get things done their way.
That's when both men learned the rules of engagement. You can fight, but you can't win.
You can fight, but you can't win. So if you can fight, but you can't win, then that means that all of this fighting that Mr. Griffin claims him and Malcolm Jamal Warner was doing, you can't win. So what's the point of fighting? What's the point? Because they were not fighting, meaning Malcolm Jamal Warner. Griffin is using Malcolm's death to enrich himself.
Can resist, but there's always a bigger weapon they can deploy.
What weapon?
And if you become too dangerous...
If you become too dangerous, what do you mean too dangerous? What was so dangerous about Malcolm Jamal Warner? What was dangerous about him? Answer the question. What was so dangerous about Malcolm Jamal Warner? Because none of you watch this podcast. None of you know what kind of work he done. None of you are following his Instagram. You don't know nothing that man been doing in the last 10 years. What made him dangerous? What was he doing? So let me get this straight. Malcolm Jamal Warner is dangerous, but Creflo Dollar's alive. TD Jakes is alive. All of these false prophets in churches are alive, but they supposed to be teaching you the gospel of Jesus Christ? So let me get this straight. All of these pulpit pimps supposed to be giving you the gospel, the good news, but the government keep them alive to give you that. All of these influencers on social media are always talking about the Illuminati every day. They're exposing the Illuminati, but they're still alive. Even though the government got your home address, your IP address, they know where you live. The government know where I live right now. The government know where all these content creators live. How come they don't take them out? Where's their blood sacrifice? See what I mean? So a lot of you people that view these YouTubers, I'm here to tell you, they're lying to you every day. Every time they go live, anytime they upload a video, it's all lies. That's all they do all day. You know? Lie, lie, lie all day. And when people like me speak the truth, I don't get the support that I need. They don't click the like button. They don't share the videos. They don't subscribe to the channel. You're more likely subscribed to the channels that give you false information and false news. That's what you subscribe to. You know? Let's get back at the content.
Start exposing too much truth, the machine has a final solution.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let's get back to that. Let me see if I could do this. Rewind it back a little bit. Now listen to this, guys. Listen to what it says. It's talking about when you're exposing too much truth, the industry have a way of doing whatever they're doing. So now, again, before we get to the tape, if the industry is in the business of killing people that speak the truth, why did they didn't take me out yet? Why did they didn't take out all these content creators? Why did they didn't take out all the pastors, the prophets? Why did they didn't take out all of these people that have spoken up? Why did they didn't take out Dave Chappelle? Why did they didn't take out what's this guy that was on this guy that got played by the 19-year-old woman, Shannon Sharp? What's his name? Cat Williams. Why they didn't kill Cat Williams yet? Come on now. Shouldn't he be due for a blood sacrifice? Why they didn't kill him yet? I think he spoke more truth than all of these people. How come they didn't kill him yet? Listen to this.
Always a bigger weapon they can deploy. And if you become too dangerous, if you start exposing too much truth...
If you start exposing too much truth. Okay, what truth did Malcolm Jamal Warner expose? Come on now. What truth did Malcolm Jamal Warner expose? Just block AFBM. Just block him. I don't know what y'all negotiating. You can't see that person as a troll? Just block him. Just get him on out of here. I never seen that person before. Right? Just get him out of here. Right? If you come to my live chat and you're not paying attention to the live to learn, and you just want to play these little games, we're just getting you up on out the chat. We don't got time. You got to be a mature adult to be in the live chat. And I don't want an echo chamber. What I want is people that's using their brains. You know what I mean? Don't come in here being crazy. Don't post stupid comments. Don't try to get under nobody's skin. Pay attention to the video. If you're not paying attention to this video to learn nothing, leave. Right? Let's go.
Machine has a final solution. Eddie Griffin has been screaming about Hollywood's systematic destruction of black men for over a decade.
And he's still alive. How come he ain't dead? How come Eddie Griffin ain't dead if he been doing this for a decade? If he been screaming for a decade, how come he ain't dead?
His comedy specials weren't just jokes. They were intelligence reports from inside the war zone. This
Let me see. Oh, I was waiting for one of y'all to get rid of that troll. I was waiting. I was waiting to see who was going to do it.
is Eddie exposing the systematic emasculation of black men in Hollywood. Every major black male star has worn a dress on screen.
Notice that every black male star has worn a dress on screen. What are they doing? Reinforcing all the stereotypes of what goes on in Hollywood. Question: why are black men still in Hollywood if this is what they believe? If you black men believe that Hollywood want you to wear dresses, why y'all want to be actors in Hollywood? Why do y'all stay in Hollywood all day long trying to get a job? Why don't y'all come together, bring y'all resources and y'all money together, create your own films, your own independent movies, and do that? Why don't y'all do that? Why y'all still in the system? Because that's where you want to be. That's why they edit their videos to do that, because what it does, it makes viewers believe that this must be true. Yeah, this gotta be true. Who's that other comedian? The dark-skinned brother, the short brother comedian. What's his name, man? The short comedian, dark-skinned brother. I remember he was in some skit with Shaquille O'Neal. Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart did a video one time where he was talking about he never put on a dress, he never did this, he never did that. What did we see? We saw Kevin Hart in a dress. So the truth of the matter is, guys, all of these people that talk all this stuff about the industry, they want to be in the industry. They really do.
It's not coincidence, it's conditioning. Break down their masculinity. Make them perform degradation.
No. All of this stuff is manipulation. This is propaganda. And this is what keeps the machine going. Because we keep talking about this industry as if though they're doing this to black men. But black men remain in the industry. So at some point, we got to take accountability and be like, why are black men still trying to be a part of an industry if they feel that the industry is trying to emasculate them and do this and do that? Why are these men still in the industry?
And reward them with money and fame. But Eddie's most chilling prediction came when he talked about Bill Cosby. Years before the allegations went mainstream, Eddie was warning that no black entertainer gets to leave Hollywood with their dignity intact. Eddie wasn't making predictions. He was reading the playbook.
He was reading the playbook now. So Eddie Griffin is a prophet now. But yet Eddie Griffin is not telling you about Jesus Christ. Do you see the distraction? Is Eddie Griffin teaching you to repent of your sins? Is Eddie Griffin teaching you and preparing you for eternal life? No. So everything that Eddie Griffin is saying is not profiting you anything. It's just a bunch of mumbo jumbo conspiracy nonsense to make you tune in and be like, you know what? Yeah, the industry is this and the industry, but everybody's trying to get in the industry. All of you rappers are trying to get into the industry. All of you actors are trying to get into the industry. It's funny that we talk about the industry, but everybody's trying to get into the industry. It's not making any sense, guys.
Michael Jackson, Bill Cosby, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan. Every black man who achieved independent power and influence got hit with career-destroying scandals.
So what about all of you that are on the 9 to 5 that are black? Where's your scandal? Where's all your scandals if you're black? What about all the people in the private sector that they're not even on the internet? How come they're not in a scandal? This is all BS, man. It's all mumbo jumbo. That's why when I do content, guys, I'm the best at it. You know why? Because I'm 100% truthful and authentic. I just say what needs to be said, guys. No sugarcoating.
The timing is never accidental.
Reason number one, why they came after Bill Cosby.
If a black man does something, this is John Jones, blacklist, said black, black, black. Now, if a white man does it, it isn't white man Jones. It's just a man.
Eddie was exposing the media manipulation that creates different rules for black and white celebrities. When white stars face scandals, they're individuals. When black stars face the same issues, they become proof of racial stereotypes.
You know, it's funny to me that they're saying these things. Last time I checked, black people came out of the transatlantic slave trade, right? So now, if we came out of well, not we, our ancestors came out of the transatlantic slave trade, right? And then the blacks were set free, started to get jobs and make money. What makes you think that the entire system in and of itself got love for us in the beginning? So you're really wasting your time. It's like you're expecting a system that was built off of bloodshed and murder to think of us as great people when our ancestors endured slavery. There's no love for us in any system, right? But now, if we still have a slave mentality where we're not moving beyond slavery and start to build our people up, then we're going to always be slaves. We're going to always think like slaves. And this is just sad, man. You know, that's what's going on in today's day because we're still dwelling in the past and we're not moving forward. They want us to think like slaves even when we got careers and great jobs. They want us to continue to think like a slave, like we're still being oppressed, like massa still got us on the plantation. These people are millionaires. These people are millionaires. Eddie Griffin got millions of dollars in his account. You don't. You understand? But you sitting there listening to these people trying to get the bag. They don't care about us. You can't go to Griffin and say, I got bills. I got needs. He don't give a damn what's going on in your life. He don't care. You can't even go to your family to get help. Your family is more likely to put money together to bury you than to put money to help you start a business. Do you understand me? Your blood family will put money together to pay for the funeral, to put you underground, rather than giving you $15,000 to start that business. It's crazy.
This psychological warfare was designed to keep black entertainers compliant through fear. But Malcolm Jamal Warner stopped being afraid, and that's when the machine moved to its final phase.
You see that? He's saying that Malcolm Jamal Warner decided to stop being afraid, which imply that he decided to go fight the machine. All of that is a lie.
Something changed in Malcolm Jamal Warner during his final year. The man who had carefully navigated Hollywood politics for decades started speaking truth to power.
What truth to power?
Reckless
What? Listen. What truth to power? What truth to power did Malcolm Jamal Warner speak that is worthy of the industry killing him? What did he speak? Because as far as I'm concerned, he ain't telling you about the scriptures. He's not telling you about repenting of sins. He's not talking about Jesus Christ. He's not talking about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He's not talking about the biblical Israelites being black. He's not talking about none of these things. So what exactly is speaking truth to power? Because if there's anything that he's speaking of, it's regarding the industry, which we don't benefit from. You ain't getting paid from it. None of that stuff is helping you to pay your bills. So what truth did Malcolm Jamal Warner speak? I want answers. What truth did he speak? Put it in the chat. What did he speak? What did Malcolm Jamal Warner speak? Since all you people have all this fake outrage over his death and you believe all this BS that Eddie Griffin is talking about and all these crazy content creators, what truth to power did Malcolm Jamal Warner speak? I'll wait. What did he speak, people? Write it in the chat. What did he talk about? What was the core message? What did he speak? What did he speak on? You don't know. That's my point. But yet these videos are edited together to make you think like he was a freedom fighter, fighting for the empowerment of black people. Okay, what did he talk about? Crickets. Nobody don't know. And that's my point. Nobody knows what this man was doing, but everybody's having fake outrage. Let's get back at the tape. Let's go.
Hollywood politics for decades, started speaking truth to power with reckless abandon. His Instagram became a weapon of war against...
His Instagram became a weapon of war. You go to his Instagram is not no weapon of war. Pure lies.
the psychological programming Eddie had been exposing.
I am tired of running for shade. And aren't you tired of being hustled and played?
Poetry. Hip-hop music is poetry. All the rappers from back in the days were spitting this poetry. This is nothing new. Rappers have always been speaking this. Public Enemy have always been speaking this. But they were in the industry. Yeah, they making stuff up, man. That's exactly what it is. They are literally taking clips and pieces, making it seem like Malcolm was speaking against the industry. He was a poet. That's what he did. He was talented.
And are we all tired of crying about how hard it is to be black in America, even if it looks like we've got it made?
This wasn't poetry.
Notice, this wasn't poetry. How could they take the man's work and say it wasn't poetry? Listen, guys. Listen to this again. Listen to this again.
Even if it looks like we've got it made.
This wasn't poetry. This was Malcolm directly calling out the systematic programming of Black Americans.
I'm telling you guys, social media is so fake. It's not real. This AI crazy platform that put together this crazy video literally just said his work was not poetry. It was him calling out the systematic programming. Was Malcolm Jamal Warner at the projects preaching this? Was he at the ghettos and the highways and the byways trying to get black people together? No. Was he out there doing any of these things? No. He was just doing whatever he had to do to pay them bills. Just like everybody else. Malcolm was out there doing his shows, doing his poetry, doing music to make his money. Just like everybody else. Trying to stay out of the way, keep his family afloat. That's it. But they're trying to make it seem like his entire mission was fighting a system of oppression. This is what they do when you die, guys. When you die, people are going to try to use you to make content. If something was to happen to me, most high forbid, and you start seeing YouTubers clipping my videos trying to make me seem like I'm this and I'm that and I'm all these different things, don't even waste your time supporting them people. Because they're all liars. None of those people talk about me. None of them show me love. Ain't none of them people could tell me what I'm doing right now but me. Because when you die, everybody want to make videos acting like they know you.
The music were programmed to celebrate. He was exposing how the entertainment industry deliberately promotes degrading content to condition Black audiences. Traits placed upon them by their captors.
Their captors? Traits placed on them by their captors. Listen, guys, this is sick. This is really sick, guys. Listen to this mess.
Traits placed upon them by their captors.
By their captors? So Malcolm Jamal Warner was captured. He was a slave. Eddie Griffin was captured. He was a slave. He had no will, no free will. He had to just go along with it, get along. People, do you see the mentality? This is how they keep us as slaves. They are psychologically keeping you paralyzed, man. They're using all that slavery talk to make you think that you're captured by some sort of slave master.
He was naming the puppet masters who control the narrative.
He never named anybody, and he never talked about no puppet master. All of this is a lie. I looked at some of his content on his Instagram. He didn't name nobody. He wasn't naming no puppet master and this and that. All of this stuff is clickbait. All of this is clickbait garbage. You understand? Well, you could say it's fair base because it's fair mongering. It's making people believe that there's some sort of diabolical plan of some sort of force out there that Malcolm was trying to expose. All of that is a lie. It's fake news. Yeah, it's fake news.
The timing couldn't have been worse for Hollywood.
Now they threw in Diddy. Do you see how they do this, guys? They are playing on all those emotions, all those thoughts, keeping us distracted from what? From the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Keeping us distracted from the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Keeping us focused on social media so that we're focused on nothing but madness, fake news.
With Diddy facing federal charges, with Jeffrey Epstein connections.
Now they're talking about Epstein now. Ladies and gentlemen, what does knowing about Epstein or Epstein files does for your bills that are due next month? Absolutely nothing. When your rent is due, do you care about Epstein files? No. When that mortgage is due, do you care? No. Car note, are you caring? No. Light bill, gas bill, phone bill, water bill, trash bill, sewer bill. Do you care about Epstein files? None of that stuff matter to you but them bills. You got to pay them bills. But they're keeping us distracted on social media about this guy. I don't care about this guy. Have you even seen me made any videos about any of this nonsense? You know why? It don't interest me. I don't care.
Being exposed, with systematic corruption being investigated at the highest levels. Malcolm Jamal Warner was positioning himself as a credible witness to decades of psychological warfare.
Do you see what they're doing now? They're trying to say that he was a credible witness. In other words, Malcolm Jamal Warner may have allegedly been a part of an ongoing investigation, and they killed him because he's some sort of witness for something. Do you see what they're doing? And this right here is a clip that had nothing to do with being a witness. But they're trying to make you think that he's associated with something. See, I don't know where this clip come from, but I can guarantee you, this clip here have nothing to do with investigations. It have nothing to do with him trying to expose Hollywood or be a whistleblower or anything. This is most likely an award. If you can look, if you look at right there, right? That's some sort of award. So whatever this is an award. This was taken from some sort of award or a public speaking engagement or something along those lines. But they spinning the narrative, guys, distorting information to make viewers be susceptible to manipulation. Listen.
Warner was positioning himself as a credible witness to decades of psychological warfare. His final video shows a man who knew he was living on borrowed time.
His final video, what? Showed that he's living on borrowed time. So now what they're trying to imply is that Malcolm Jamal Warner knew he was going to die. Do you see how manipulative this video is? That's why it takes content creators like me that actually speak the truth to break down these lies, guys. Because if I don't break down these videos, you'll come across this garbage, listen to it, and become a zombie like everybody else. Listen to this, guys. Because here's the thing. Let's play devil's advocate for a minute. If Malcolm Jamal Warner believed that he was on borrowed time, right? Why would he go to Costa Rica and swim and do all these other things if he know they're coming after him? All of it is a lie. This is how fake social media is, guys. That's why I'm trying to expose these lies. There's so much fake content on YouTube. I don't know why this stuff even exists, guys. I don't understand why the AI system can't just pinpoint and remove fake content. Once the AI realizes it's unverified information, it's fake, there should be an AI system, verification system that can fact check these lies and just remove those videos from the web because it's misleading, guys. Listen to this mess.
His final video shows a man who knew he was living on borrowed time.
You know what? Life is out here lifing, right? For me.
Now, it says his final video. You see that? It says his final video. Give me a minute, guys. Watch this. Now, put a 1 if you heard it says his final video. Put a 1 if you heard it say his final video. Right? So let me go to Instagram. Let me go to Instagram. Right? Okay. Malcolm Jamal Warner. Right? They said his final video. Right? On Malcolm Jamal's page, that is not his final video. That's a lie. His final video on his page is a video that was made, let me see, February 9th, right, was his final video. Then there's a video that he made September 25th, 2022, right? Another video was July 18th. I guess the 2 that was on the front, those were videos that they pinned. You have one video, July 18th of this month, right? That shows the podcast. The name of the podcast was called Nah, Not All Hood. Something like that is the name of the podcast on YouTube, right? None of these videos, no, they lied. They said his final video is X, Y, and Z. No. What you see is his podcast, clips and segments from his podcast. Now, let me show you this, guys. I'm not sure if you can see this, but you see him in a car, right? That scene there, that video was made May 14th. May 14th, right? So on May 14th, that video was made. They said his final video. That's a lie, right? Absolute lie. Let's listen to, wait, before we listen to that, let me go to their video, right? Let me do this, because I'm trying to show you guys how fake the internet is, man. Listen to this. Hold on, wait. Give me a minute. I'm going to show you how fake the internet is, guys. It's so fake. It's unbelievable. Listen.
You know what? Life is out here lifing.
Hold up, wait. Let me rewind it back. Listen.
His final video shows a man who knew he was living on borrowed time.
You know what? Life is out here lifing, right? For me and for everybody else. But just wanted to remind you, as I remind myself, that no matter what's going on, there's always a reason to smile.
Malcolm was acknowledging that
They said that his final video, what? Let's go back, guys. I'm trying to show you the manipulation on how they're deceiving you good people. Listen.
You know,
Wait. Hold on. Rewind it back. You want to hear the context. Listen.
knew he was living on borrowed time.
They said his final video shows that he was living on borrowed time. Let's rewind that back again, guys. Pay attention.
Logical warfare.
Listen.
His final video shows a man who knew he was living on borrowed time.
You know what? Life is out here lifing, right? For me and for everybody else. But just wanted to remind you, as I remind myself, that no matter what's going on, there's always a reason to smile.
Malcolm was acknowledged.
Nothing in that video said that he knew he was on borrowed time. Now, that being said, let me go back to the Instagram so we could play that video in its entirety. That same clip, guys. Listen. Hold on.
Yes, I got the flower in my hair. Today's my daughter's birthday. She put the flower there, so I'm rocking it. What?
Daughter's birthday.
It's a beautiful day here in Atlanta. I just wanted to shout out and just spread some love and some good cheer. And, you know, life is out here lifing, right? For me and for everybody else. But just wanted to remind you, as I remind myself, that no matter what's going on, there's always a reason to smile. Like, if you just take a minute to stop and take stock, I guarantee you can find at least one reason to smile. And if for some reason you can't find a reason to smile, then that's probably the best time to be the reason for somebody else to smile. So, find a smile for yourself and be a reason for someone else to smile. That's all I got. Listen to love because it's been a minute. Peace and love, and I'll be back soon.
Where in that clip, ladies and gentlemen, where in that clip did Malcolm Jamal Warner tell the world that he knew that he's on borrowed time, meaning he knew he was going to die? Do you see why YouTube is fake, how the internet is fake, and how content creators are lying and manipulating information? Now, I'm on his Instagram page, guys. That's his Instagram page. I show y'all the full video. Now, let's go back. Let's go back to the manipulative video that is spreading lies. Let's go back to that because I'm trying to show you how people edit videos to lie to people, right? Let's go back to the video the way they put it. Now watch and listen again, guys.
Decades of psychological warfare.
Listen.
His final video shows a man who knew he was living on borrowed time.
You know what? Life is out here lifing, right? For me and for everybody else. But just wanted to remind you, as I remind myself, that no matter what's going on, there's always a reason to smile.
Malcolm was acknowledging that forces beyond his control were determining his fate.
Nowhere in that video. Are y'all not seeing the lies? Put a one if you notice this. He just said Malcolm was basically speaking on forces determining his fate. Listen, the internet is fake, people. And all these content creators talking about this Malcolm Jamal Warner situation, y'all all fake content creators. Y'all all getting exposed. I'm the best in the game when it comes to these breakdowns. Nobody does better breakdowns than me, guys. Listen to this, man. Listen to the manipulation.
The video shows a man who knew he was living on borrowed time.
You know what? Life is out here lifing, right? For me and for everybody else. But just wanted to remind you, as I remind myself, that no matter what's going on, there's always a reason to smile.
Malcolm was acknowledging that forces beyond his control were determining his fate.
That's a lie. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a bold-faced lie, bro. I should have 15,000 people viewing me right now. The man was talking about today's his daughter's birthday. He was telling people to smile and enjoy their life. If I didn't make this live stream, none of you would know the truth. None of you would know this truth. Do you see how they're making a mockery of this man's death? And Eddie Griffin is doing the same. I'm showing you guys the receipts, breaking it down for you. Let me rewind that back. And I got to be repetitive because why? That's how you learn. That's how you learn, guys. You learn through repetition, right? Watch this. Give me a minute. Watch this, guys. Again.
Yes, I got the flower in my hair. Today's my daughter's birthday.
Daughter's birthday.
Over there, so I'm rocking it. What?
Okay.
It's a beautiful day here in Atlanta. I just
Beautiful
want to
day.
shout out and just spread some love.
Spread
and some
love.
Cheer and
Good cheer.
you know what? Life is out here lifing, right? For me and for everybody else. But just wanted to remind you, as I remind myself, that no matter what's going on,
No matter what,
there's always a reason to smile. Like if you just take a minute to stop and take stock, I guarantee you can find at least one reason to smile.
All right.
And if for some reason you can't find a reason to smile, then that's probably the best time to be the reason for somebody else to smile. So, find a smile for yourself and be a reason for someone else to smile. That's all I got. Listen to love because it's been a minute. Peace and love, and I'll be back soon.
do you see that? Do you see that, guys? Nowhere in that video did he say, oh, the industry is planning on killing me. The industry is doing this. Now that we got that, let's go back to the misleading video, guys. That's why I said you got to watch who you watching on YouTube, because all of these content creators are fake and they're paid by the government to lie, guys. Let's get back to the content. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Give me a minute. Let's go. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Where we at? Okay.
Decades of psychological warfare. His final video shows a man who knew he was living on borrowed time.
His final video showed a man that knew he was on borrowed time.
You know, life is out here lifing, right? For me and for everybody else. But just wanted to remind you, as I remind myself, that no matter what's going on, there's always a reason to smile.
Malcolm was acknowledging that forces beyond his control were determining his fate.
Nowhere in that video did he say anything about anybody determining his fate. That is massive manipulation, bro. But people watch this kind of poison content every day and believe these lies. But you hate me because I'm speaking the truth. Just that segment alone of me showing you that lie, you should have been hit that like button. You should have been subscribed to the channel, and you should have been spread this video. These are the kind of videos that are supposed to go viral. But guess what? You, the people, won't do that because you uphold a lie. Listen.
The forced positivity, the desperate attempt to find reasons to smile, the promise that I'll be back soon.
No. Do you see the manipulative nature of this video? They're twisting this man's entire words.
It was a man saying goodbye without being able to say goodbye.
He said it was, yo, rewind that back, man. These demons, through this video, said Malcolm Jamal Warner was basically saying goodbye without saying goodbye. Listen.
The promise that I'll be back soon. This was a man saying goodbye without being able to say goodbye.
Wow.
3 days later, he was dead in the waters off Costa Rica, officially ruled an accidental drowning. No witnesses, no foul play.
Do you see what they're doing? No witnesses, no foul play. He was on vacation with his daughter.
Just another tragic loss that permanently silenced a truth teller who would
silence a truth teller. Look how they just crowned Malcolm Jamal Warner as a truth teller. Ladies and gentlemen, what truth did Malcolm Jamal Warner preach that you know about? I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. What truth did he share that you can recall? What truth? What truth did he share that you can remember? What truth? Because this video said they silenced a truth teller. Okay, what truth did he tell? What do you mean Juneteenth, his spoken word? What is that? That's truth? That's liberating people and, oh, let's kill him. He's spoken word of Juneteenth. Man, stop it. Please stop. You're reaching too much. I'm still waiting. Nobody don't got no answers. You know why? Because there is nothing that he was doing. There is nothing that he was doing. They telling you that he was silenced. He was a truth teller. But nobody don't know what truth he was telling.
accidental drowning. No witnesses, no foul play. Just another tragic loss that permanently silenced a truth teller who had become too dangerous.
Silenced a truth teller. So now they insinuating that he was murdered by some sort of force or entity. Even though the official story says that he drowned. They're like, that's not good enough. Somebody silenced him. So they went into the water to silence him. How did he drown? How did he drown? Nobody don't got those answers. None of you were in Costa Rica. None of you know. But you're listening to these damn content creators feeding you lies.
Machine.
Ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you all of these content creators lie every day, you see all the stuff that I exposed and showed you that is misleading and fabricated? Guys, All of these content creators lie to you every day. If I take each and every one of these content creator videos and break them down little by little, by little by little, guys, I'm telling you, everything they say in their videos are lies in order to get a check, man. People, I'm one of the most transparent content creators on YouTube. I don't lie. Listen to this, guys. You ready for this one? Put a 1 in the chat if you're ready to hear this truth. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to hear this truth. There's something going on social media right now, and it's been happening for a couple of months. It's been a drought on social media where a lot of content creators been feeling the pinch in terms of, I guess, their monetization, the bottom line, the dollar bill, y'all. Not all. Most content creators that are like highly successful, they're not really feeling it. But for the most part, a lot of content creators been going through a drought, which means they haven't been earning a lot of money the way they normally would. And what I noticed in this recession on social media, if you want to call it that, a lot of content creators moved over to the dark side. And what they've done is they started using AI to make videos. They started to lie to the people, manipulate, distort information, fabricate stuff that they feel people would view. They'll make up stuff. They'll make fake skit videos and post them as if though it's news, as if though something happened to somebody, and it's fake. They filmed it. It's a lie. But they'll spin it like it's a real story that happened. And this is what people have been doing now, hustling the viewers. That's why I tell you guys, when you watch YouTube, social media, TikTok, Instagram, you gotta be careful, guys. You gotta be really careful. There's a lot of fake stuff. And you would think, why would I tell you this? Why would I tell you that? If I know there's opportunities to make money by being fake, why would I reveal these dark secrets? Because I'm not wicked like these people. I've been doing YouTube since 2006. I've been here from the beginning days. So I'm a veteran on YouTube. I've seen all these fakes come and go. You understand? I've been monetized on YouTube, you could say from around 2018 is when I started monetizing my channel. And even when it was monetized, I wasn't even making no money. Like, wasn't making no money, guys. And from 2006 all the way to 2018, I've been uploading videos for free. Putting in work, putting in work, putting in work. All these new content creators that are here, they don't know what it's like to make videos and have passion for a story and actually have love for the content. They don't know what that means. Because when they came in on YouTube, there was monetization waiting for them. So now everybody's trying to make $1. And there's nothing wrong with making money. There's nothing wrong with wanting to financially be independent and build yourself up. But the problem, guys, is this. They're manipulating you in order to make $1. They're lying to you in order to be heard. And what that does is content creators like myself that are actually authentic, actually are passionate about speaking the truth, that don't want to deceive you, that are keeping it G with you, for whatever reason, our content gets suppressed and unheard of. And the people that are actually lying, they're the ones at the front of the line. They're the ones that get first dibs in the algorithm. They're the videos that get pushed and people are cheering and those videos go viral. Whereas people like myself that actually speak the truth, we hardly get any support. And it's a sad thing, but at the end of the day, I'm a veteran in the game and I'm always pushing forward. Even though I don't get acknowledged, even though people don't see the work. Because I know how to survive, I still push and keep truth coming in. Even though I'm not getting the credit I deserve, even though I'm not getting the views or even making the money that I deserve, I still stay passionate to the work. And when you see how I'm breaking down this video, I literally showed you guys the diabolical manipulation. They took Malcolm Jamal's words on his daughter's birthday, where he was trying to teach us to smile about something positive, and they turned it into something negative by saying that was his final video, when that is a lie. That was not his final video. That was not his final video. That video was made in May. You understand? They try to make it seem like that was his final video before he died, when there's multiple videos all over his platform, including the YouTube platform. We're living in a dark time, guys. This is truly the worst time in history, where you could watch YouTube videos and it's filled with nothing but lies, and you thinking you getting the truth. Let's go.
Eddie Griffin's warning about black entertainers never leaving the business clean wasn't theoretical. It was
All of that is manipulation and lies, because what they're trying to say, guys, is that as a black man, you can't leave the industry alive or with your dignity. Like if Malcolm wanted to leave, he can't. They'll just kill him. So why did they didn't kill Eddie Griffin yet? Why did they didn't kill him? If he's not with that industry stuff, why did they didn't kill Eddie Griffin yet? What's taking them so long? Isn't he overdue? Right? Why did they didn't kill him? Come on, man. It's all manipulation, man. Everybody just trying to get a check.
documenting a pattern that would eventually consume his friend, Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Malcolm Jamal Warner was not his friend. That's a lie. That's a lie. We've proven that already. Malcolm clearly said that him and Griffin didn't get along. They had to work together, but they were not friends, guys. This video is claiming that they were friends. That's a lie.
Eddie wasn't just defending Bill Cosby. He was exposing the systematic timing and methodology behind character assassination campaigns targeting powerful black men.
What Eddie Griffin is doing is he's character assassination Malcolm Jamal Warner by assuming and implying that Malcolm was a part of some sort of freedom fighter brigade of fighting the Hollywood machine. He's there portraying himself as a good friend when that's a lie. If he's a good friend, there'll be photos of him and that brother all over the place smiling and having a good time and out at family functions and various things. There is nothing like that on social media. They were not friends, guys. This is why social media is fake. This is why people are fake. This is why I teach on we're living in the worst time in history. People are fake. Everybody's fake, guys. Everything is fake around you. Everyone is fake. And they all want to make $1. Nobody cares no more.
Entertainment. In this explosive interview, Eddie methodically deconstructed the Cosby allegations.
Think about this, guys. Every clip that you see them using in these videos, you got to go fact check all of that, guys. You got to go fact check all those videos. You see? Let me see. Somebody said this was not Malcolm's last video. I have seen this video early this year. It was in May. And it probably was even older than that because he uploads his videos or re-uploads or pin them. You know what I mean? And I exposed it. I don't know if you were here the whole time, but we exposed the fact that this video that I'm reviewing is lying completely about Malcolm. And it's just fabricating information. Now, when you see this video talking about Griffin did this, Griffin did that, guys, you got to go fact check all of this stuff. Because while it's telling you this stuff, it's edited. You got to go find the source video. You got to listen to the context. You got to find out what he was saying. Because if not, you're going to be deceived. You understand? They're lying to you. And no matter how much I say this, fam, it's like, bro, I'm trying my best to wake you up. And for most of you, you're going to remain asleep.
Out how they followed a predictable pattern designed to maximize psychological and financial damage. Eddie highlighted the suspicious timing, how decades-old accusations surfaced precisely when Cosby was at his peak influence.
Notice he's telling you these things while showing these clips on the screen.
Attempting to buy NBC and regain control over his creative legacy. He questioned the logic behind the accusation.
Notice each clip is from a different video. You got this AI voice manipulating you all day.
Stories, asking why women would voluntarily enter private hotel rooms with a married man whose family-focused public image was internationally known. Then wait 30 years to report alleged assaults. But Eddie's real bombshell was connecting this to a broader systematic effort. He wasn't focused on...
Yeah, good point you made right there. Check it out. Nene64 says, I keep seeing videos about Malcolm Jamal Warner's funeral. We know there's been no funeral. This is what I'm saying, guys. Clickbait is at an all-time high. All of those YouTube channels shouldn't even exist. Those videos shouldn't even be up. They should all be reported. All of those videos, they're all fake. It's fake news. It's misinformation. Matter of fact, it's disinformation because it's not true. And it's designed to mislead viewers. And then they put a thumbnail that makes it look like people are at a funeral. And then you click on it thinking that, oh, I'm going to get this real video about Malcolm. And when you look, it's a bunch of lies. They don't show you no funeral. They don't show you anything. And it's just a lie, man. People will do anything for money on social media. We are living in the worst time in history, guys. We are truly living in the worst time in history when people are taking the death of Malcolm Jamal Warner and influencers all over YouTube are making fake content in order to get a check.
His guilt or innocence. He was documenting how the entertainment machine deploys coordinated media campaigns.
If they're deploying these coordinated media campaigns, why they didn't kill Eddie Griffin yet?
Destroy black entertainers.
How do you know Eddie Griffin ain't an agent for the Illuminati? They ain't kill him yet.
Who become too independent, too wealthy, or
who become too independent, too wealthy. Malcolm Jamal Warner, based on just a simple search, is estimated that he probably have a net worth of, and this is just a Google search. I don't know that man's net worth, but I think it was something along the lines of probably like 8 million, somewhere around there. I don't know. He can probably have less money than that, guys. Sometimes they just estimate things and you don't know. Nobody don't know, you know? But my point is, he was not ultra rich. And think about this, guys. To be an actor in Hollywood or any sort of entity of that sort, if your net worth is between 4 to 10 million, you're considered poor in the industry. You're not rich. You're considered broke. If you are in Hollywood and your net worth is between, let's just say 1 million to 10 million, you're considered broke. Yeah. You're considered broke. So how could Malcolm Jamal Warner be a target and he's broke? I'm not saying he's broke financially. What I'm saying is, in industry terms, he would be considered broke. He's not a threat. 2, he wasn't really in the industry in terms of doing this and doing that. So why would they say, okay, it's time for him to go? These are all lies, guys. Just nothing but manipulation back to back. Let's get back at the content. Be sure to click the like button.
Entertainment machine deploys coordinated media campaigns to destroy black entertainers who become too independent.
Why would they destroy the black entertainers when the black entertainers are bringing in the money? Why would they bring in the black entertainers to do what they do, bring in the money, and then want to destroy them? All of that is conspiracy nonsense. Let's go.
Too wealthy or too vocal about...
When you think about it, Diddy, right? He was on trial. I told you guys a day before the verdict that he was going to pretty much get off on those charges. The major charges that he was pretty much charged for, he was acquitted on. People were expecting him to serve life in prison. That didn't happen. You see what I mean? So why would the government go after him if he's already wicked? He wasn't a truth teller. Diddy wasn't out there preaching the gospel. He wasn't exposing the industry. He was the industry. So what really is going on? They're trying to take down black men that have freak offs now. I don't want to hear that garbage, guys. People make stuff up as they go for content.
Racial injustice. The 30-year delay wasn't accidental. It ensured the allegations would surface past the statute of limitations.
All of this is speculation and conjecture. It's all garbage. Everything that you're hearing in this video is nothing but lies.
Impossible to prove or disprove legally while maximizing reputational damage.
When you watch YouTube videos and they have some narrated voice speaking and you see images like this, fam, that is mental manipulation. They just mentally destroying you, sucking you into the system, a vacuum cleaner of deception. And it's so diabolical. People fall for it all the time.
The pattern is always the same. Michael Jackson died while planning the comeback that would have given him unprecedented control over his music and legacy.
Listen, all of these things is manipulation and lies. All of it. Now they're talking about Michael Jackson. It would have gave him control. It would have did this. It would have did. All this stuff is lies, guys. All of it is lies. They're trying to say they took Michael Jackson out. They took Prince out. They took this out. They're just taking everybody out, right? But everybody loves being in the industry. But everybody believes that the industry is taking them out.
Prince died just as he was fighting to regain ownership.
Fam, I didn't even watch this video. And I mentioned Prince, and Prince popped up on the screen. I did not watch this video. I'm watching it with you guys. Lift my hand to the Most High. I lift my hand to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I did not listen to this video. I'm listening to this video with you guys. And I just said Prince, and Prince popped up on the screen. Ain't that amazing? Let's go.
Of his masters. Whitney Houston died at the height of renewed.
Notice the manipulation. They're using all of these black people. They're using all of these black faces to make us believe they're killing off our heroes. They're killing off our stars. They're doing this to our black men. They're killing, I don't know who's doing it, but somebody's killing them. How come they're not focusing on white people? Where's the white people? That's how manipulation works, guys.
Interest in her story of industry abuse. And now Malcolm Jamal Warner.
What about all the other black people that died? What about all the other black people who were killed or died? What about them? How come they're not talking about those people? And now Malcolm. In other words, they killed Michael, they killed Prince, they killed Whitney. So yeah, look what they did to our brother Malcolm. Do you see how the art of manipulation works?
A figure so beloved he was immune to typical character assassination.
Are you kidding me? What? Character assassination? Where's that in the media? This man wasn't in no drama. What are they talking about character assassination? What drama was he in? What drama was he in? Hold on, wait a minute. What drama? Character assassination? Hold on a second, man. They said he was so beloved, right? But yet I'm asking people what work do they remember Malcolm Jamal Warner doing, but yet nobody can remember. So let's look him up. Malcolm Jamal Warner. Hold on, let me do something real quick. Okay. Malcolm Jamal Warner and Cosby allegations. No, that's not it. Malcolm Jamal Warner, best known for his role. There's no allegations of anything. This man was not involved in nothing. When you look up this man is not involved in nothing. This man was not involved in nothing, guys. Let me look this up. Let me try again. Was Malcolm Jamal Warner involved in any public scandals. Reports suggest that Malcolm Jamal Warner was not involved in any public scandals or controversies himself. However, his career and public image were significantly impacted by the sexual allegations, subsequent convictions against his former co-star Bill Cosby. Well, that has nothing to do with him. Do you see what my point? Based on the search, there is zero information of Malcolm Jamal Warner being involved in any public scandals or any sort of nonsense in the media. Nothing. No women allegations, no sex allegations, no nothing. But let's hear what this says. Hold on. Wait a minute. Volume. Okay. All right, check this out, guys.
Interest in her story of industry abuse. And now, Malcolm Jamal Warner, a figure so beloved he was immune to typical character assassination.
He was immune? This man had nobody character assassinating him. That's a lie. It's a lie, people. Are y'all hearing this? They're saying he was immune to it, meaning it was happening so much that he was immune to character assassination. People did this after this man died, guys. People are making these kind of videos profiting, making $6,000 per video. This video got over 300,000 views. You know how much money that equals? Over $5,000 to $10,000 checks. Off of one video, guys. A monetized video that get 300,000 views can make a content creator probably $2,000 to probably $8,000 to $10,000 on one video. Do you understand me? That's just one video. We're not even talking about all their other videos combined. Just that one video. That's why YouTubers cry over views. Oh, I'm not getting the views I deserve, because that's how you earn your money. You earn through your views. Every 1,000 views, you get paid. You get what I'm saying? You get paid every 1,000 views. So if a content creator is not getting no views, he's not getting paid. People think that when you just make a video, you got to check. No, you got to work. You got to work. You got to get views. You got to get numbers. People got to watch your videos. They got to support the content. Look at the video completely. You know, most people don't even watch the whole video. They watch 5 minutes and then they leave. So it's like you're losing. But these particular content creators, they getting hundreds of thousands of views. They getting paid probably $50,000 to $100,000 every month from YouTube. Whereas other YouTubers that are struggling, they probably getting $1,000 check. That's it. Listen to what he said, guys. Listen to this again.
Her story of industry abuse. And now, Malcolm Jamal Warner, a figure so beloved he...
What he said, let me see this person. What this person says. It says, but 300K views, that's a lot. I'm keeping my day job. Well, you could keep your day job. You're not a content creator, so I wouldn't expect you to be interested in content creation anyway, because you're not a content creator. Let's get back to the content. Let's go.
Immune to typical character assassination, dies in a Costa Rica drowning accident, just as he was becoming most vocal about systematic psychological warfare.
That's a lie. Just when he's being vocal about systematic this and system, all of that is a lie. You see how that works? They're trying to say that he was killed when he's being vocal, but yet nobody don't know his work. Nobody knows nothing about what Malcolm Jamal Warner was doing. I asked people, do you know about his podcast? No. Do you know what kind of truth he was speaking? No. Then what is everybody talking about? They're just making stuff up, bro. They're making stuff up as they go. That's why I gotta expose the lies, guys. Let's get back at the content. Let's go.
Drowning accident, just as he was becoming most vocal about systematic psychological warfare against Black Americans. But Eddie saw this coming. He's been documenting.
Notice, Eddie saw this coming. So Eddie saw that Malcolm Jamal Warner was going to die. Eddie saw that. Think about what I'm saying, guys. Are you telling me that Eddie Griffin knew that Malcolm Jamal Warner was going to die? Think about that, guys. It says that he saw it coming. How could he see another man going to die? Listen to this, guys, because what this video is doing is putting Eddie Griffin in position. I told you guys that he's clout chasing. Not only is he clout chasing, but all these other platforms are pushing Eddie Griffin, guys. Listen to the grift.
Black Americans. But Eddie saw this coming. He's been documenting this pattern for years.
So why he ain't dead? If Eddie Griffin been documenting this for years, why he's not dead? We don't hear Malcolm Jamal Warner documenting this for years. We hear Eddie Griffin been documenting this for years. So why he's not dead? Because he's the grifter.
Warning that the machine always has a final solution when reputation destruction fails.
You're not going to die clean.
I mean, everything that Bill Cosby has built up.
Think about who he's on. He's on Vlad. Eddie Griffin is on Vlad TV. Vlad TV, the feds, the white man's platform, the culture vulture. And he's up there spilling the tea.
The decades of work that he stood behind.
The man has, single-handedly, sent a bunch of brothers and sisters to college.
Malcolm Jamal Warner was building something too dangerous to ignore.
He was building something too dangerous to ignore? Question, what was Malcolm Jamal Warner building? Put the answers in the chat. I want to know. What was he building? Nobody don't know. Nobody don't know. Yeah, Adam 22, feds, all of them. All of them are the feds, guys. Anybody that come on Adam 22 platform end up in prison or dead. All these rappers, all these brothers from the hood, all these gang members, anybody go up on Adam 22, you end up in prison or dead. But people keep going up there because they want to be on the white man's platform. They figure they go on his platform, they'll end up making money. Anybody go up on those platforms, you end up in dead or to prison because those platforms work with the feds, man. Let's go.
Podcast, Not All Hood, challenged every stereotype the industry prof.
Good question. Why didn't he warn him if he knew he was going to die? There you go. I mean, we could just end the show right here. That's how you know. That's how you know. If Eddie Griffin knew that Malcolm Jamal Warner was going to die, why he ain't warn him? Because they were not friends. And if anything, Eddie Griffin would want Malcolm Jamal Warner to die because that now puts him in position. Just like on YouTube, you got YouTubers that don't like me. They make videos about me, trying to disparage my name, trying to criticize my name, put me down, put out false allegations. Why? They want me to die. Why? So they could be in position of power. So they could get all the views, get all the subscribers, and then they make dumb videos talking about, hey guys, I just want to give my condolences, man, about that brother passing away. We were good friends. Despite our differences, we were good friends. If you hear anybody talking like that about me, Most High forbid something happened to me and I'm not here, don't listen to nobody videos talking about me in a nice way. They're all full of shit. I'm letting y'all know right now, publicly. If you see anybody videos, making videos about me, like we friends, like they always rock with me, X, Y, and Z, turn them off, they lying to you. I'm telling you straight right now on this live. You hear anybody making videos, condolences to this person, don't listen to that person. That person never write me. That person never call me. That person don't say what's up. That person never checked in on me. That person never supported my show, never tried to help me grow, never acknowledged me, never. You see any content creator making any videos about me, if something happened to me, most high forbid, turn them off. They're full of shit. Telling you straight. You understand? Don't listen to nobody. Nobody knows me like that. To be acting like we cool, to be acting like they know me and they all sad. None of these people know me. They're just clout chasing. That's all they doing. If you see them making videos, reviewing my videos, turn it off. Because they're just trying to make content to make money. They're not reviewing my videos right now. You don't see these content creators making reaction videos to my videos right now. So if you see anybody doing that in the future, they're clout chasing off of me. Just like they're clout chasing off of Malcolm. I'm not clout chasing. I am exposing these devils who are out here manipulating this man's death for profit. That's what I'm doing. I'm exposing the lies.
Not all hood challenged every stereotype the industry profits from. Is Instagram...
Notice, the podcast, Not All Hood. I asked you guys, do y'all know about Malcolm Jamal Warner's podcast? Nobody don't know nothing. So how y'all know about his work? And if his platform is exposing all of the stereotypes, it's still being run. What about all the other people that work with him? What about his co-hosts? How come they didn't blood sacrifice the co-host? How come they didn't kill the co-host? How come they didn't kill none of his partners in business? How come they're not dead? Come on, man.
Poetry exposed the psychological programming Eddie had been warning about. His interviews connected entertainment industry racism to broader patterns of systematic oppression.
Everybody talks about that that's black. Every black activist, well, I wouldn't even say politician. I would say an activist, social media influencers that are pretty much speaking on the injustices of black people. We all talk about these things, guys. We all talk about it. It's not just him. It's not just him talking about injustices with black people. Everybody talks about that. You know what I mean? But they're trying to make it seem like he's a threat.
Most dangerously, he was doing it with the credibility of Theo Huxtable.
You see that? He was doing it with the credibility of Theo Huxtable. In other words, him speaking on different issues, his words matter because he's Theo. That don't mean nothing. We know him as Theo because we watched the sitcom when we was kids. But that's what we loved about Malcolm. We loved that he was Theo on that show. That's all we knew him for. The Malcolm Jamal Warner today, nobody knew. Nobody knew nothing about. You understand? You didn't know. So they're trying to say that he used his credibility from when he was a actor in his teen years, that somehow that validated his words or something.
Can't destroy America's favorite TV son with typical smear campaigns. You can't isolate someone with his resume and connections.
If he had connections, how could he get killed? If he had connections, he would have got what he wanted in the industry. So all of that you're hearing is all lies, guys. That video that you're listening to, that I'm reviewing, is 100% lies.
Character assassination won't work. When professional blacklisting fails, the machine moves to its final phase.
So what's the final phase? To kill? How come they didn't kill Eddie Griffin? You don't think Eddie Griffin would be more of a problem, more of a threat? Eddie Griffin been on various podcasts, various interviews, and all he's been doing is talking about different things. How come he's still alive? You know why? Because he's a part of the system. He's a part of the very same industry that he speaks against.
3 days after Malcolm Jamal Warner's body was pulled from Costa Rican waters, Eddie Griffin posted the tribute that confirmed every conspiracy theorist's worst fears.
Do you see these lies? Every conspiracy theorist's worst fears. All of this is lies. Eddie Griffin is a grifter. And he's trying to clout chase off the death of Malcolm Jamal Warner. And I'm just here to speak the truth.
But it wasn't what he said. It was how he said it. My heart is heavy today. For what the world lost was a father, a son, a poet.
If you were to go check Eddie Griffin's phone, you won't find no call logs of him communicating with Malcolm Jamal Warner. If we can get the phone log of Eddie Griffin to see when was the last time he actually spoke with Malcolm Jamal Warner, you would learn the truth. He never spoke with this man. They were not friends. You know what I mean? He's clout chasing off that man's death in order to sell tickets for you guys to come watch him so he can make money. Look at his Instagram page. He's busy promoting shows. He's promoting shows in the midst of putting Malcolm Jamal's pictures up there to act as if though he really care. He don't give a F about Malcolm Jamal Warner. He care about this money. He's like, Malcolm is dead. I got to get paid.
Musician, an actor, a teacher, a writer, a director, a friend.
He was not friends with Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Warrior that I had the pleasure of going to war with.
That's another misleading statement by saying he had the pleasure of going to war with, as if though they were fighting Hollywood.
Against the Hollywood machine and sometimes with each other because that's what brothers do.
For him to put the Hollywood machine is destroying Malcolm Jamal's legacy. And it puts him in a position as if though he was out there going against the grain of Hollywood. To put it in our minds, and now you got all these influencers publishing these lies. They're publishing these lies. That is not what Malcolm Jamal Warner represented. He was not on his Instagram saying, I'm tired of Hollywood. Hollywood is this, and they're doing this, and they're... No. He was talking about different issues, but he wasn't talking about what Eddie Griffin is talking about.
But the love was and is always there. Every word was military terminology.
Every word was military terminology. They're trying to make Malcolm look like he was a militant freedom fighter. Guys, it is disgusting what they do to us when we die. It is sad that anytime you die, think about this, guys. Think about how they're trying to make him look in the media, right? As if though he was this freedom fighter, speaking truth, and he's dead. But yet Griffin is still alive. Hulk Hogan, one of my childhood heroes, dies at 71 or in his 70s. What did the black community do? Tarnish his name by calling him a racist. That's what they did to him. A legend. Hulk Hogan. I'm a real American. Everybody's childhood hero. The black community, black Americans became racist. All of a sudden. They holding some past situation that he had, and they just don't have no forgiveness in his heart. Even after this man made a public apology, that's not enough. We got to hold you to what you said. So you're a racist. Really? How many times have you said something that you weren't supposed to say? How many times have black folk called white people crackers and various other slurs? What about that? For some reason, it doesn't matter with you because you're black. But if a white man do it, oh, we got to hold him to that forever. There's no forgiveness. You know what I mean? And most black people claim they believe in Jesus Christ. But for some reason, with white people, there's no forgiveness. You know? We just got to, he's a racist, but none of you were talking about Hulk before he passed. Before Hulk Hogan passed, black social media was not talking about Hulk Hogan being a racist. Nobody was. It's until he died, and all of a sudden now everybody came out of the woodworks to throw him under the bus. I hope you don't have no sin in your life. I hope that you are perfect. Because on the day of judgment, you're going to give an account of all those sins and idle words that you uttered that nobody caught.
Malcolm wasn't an entertainer. He was a warrior.
Mike, what? So Malcolm was a warrior now. Not an entertainer, he was a warrior.
They didn't work together. They went to war. Hollywood wasn't their workplace. It was the Hollywood machine.
This is all manipulation. This whole video is sick.
Same term activists use for systematic oppression. This wasn't grief. This was confirmation. Eddie was telling everyone who understands the code that Malcolm died, fighting the same battle Eddie had been documenting.
No. Look at what they're doing, guys. They're telling you that Eddie Griffin is telling people in code that Malcolm died by fighting the same war that he's fighting in. But yet, Mr. Griffin is not dead yet. Yet the video was created by AI. The whole video. Because that's what YouTubers are doing now. Listen, if you look at all those clips, do you know AI finds all those clips? AI do it. You can tell AI to make videos for you now. AI will find clips, audio segments, clip, and put together and make a video to make it go viral and make you make money. That's how sick social media is, guys. You really think somebody sat there and made that video? You really think somebody sat there with an editor and literally edit that video together? No. Whole video is AI created. A lot of these channels where you see people eating food, I forgot the name of what that call is. It's a movement. Some weird name. I'm supposed to do a video about it. But that particular movement is sick. And a lot of the videos are all AI. Where you see people stuffing their face with food all day, killing themselves. It's just sick. There have been people that died too, doing that stuff. They just eat themselves for views. Eat food to death. Dying. Catching heart attacks on camera. It's crazy stuff, man. But a lot of those videos is AI. A lot of the content creators you watch is AI content. It's not even real.
For decades. The timing of Eddie's response was crucial. Most celebrity deaths get generic condolences that take hours or days to craft with publicists.
Yeah, I think that's the name. Mukbang. Yeah, that's the name of the movement. It's crazy.
Eddie's tribute went up immediately, raw and unfiltered, like someone who had been expecting this call for years. Malcolm had stopped picking his battles strategically.
You see this? Malcolm stopped picking his battles strategically. Okay, who was Malcolm battling? What's their name? Nobody don't know. Malcolm was not battling nobody, guys. These are all lies, fabricated lies, right after a man died. Ladies and gentlemen, if you study YouTube, anytime somebody that's a celebrity die, content creators start to go crazy, making content, and it's like they just can't help it. Gotta get money. Gotta get money. They gotta lie. Make up videos, making up lies over and over. Now they're doing that with Malcolm Jamal Warner now. There's some content creators that probably made like 7 videos so far. Not to give a tribute of what his life meant, but to try to prove that he was killed by the Illuminati now. That's what they're doing. Now, there are celebrity deaths that happen where somebody deliberately killed them. But in this situation, the man drowned while on vacation, and they can't take that as a final draw. They got to say, oh no, something suspicious happened with his death.
In his final months, he was fighting on all fronts.
Fighting on all fronts. That's a lie. The man was busy doing shows. The man was doing poetry. The man talked about these things on his Instagram. He was not fighting nobody. Nobody, guys. This is manipulation.
Challenging systematic programming through his podcast. Exposing psychological warfare through his Instagram poetry. Connecting entertainment industry corruption to broader patterns of racial oppression.
All of this is a lie. This is just, it's sick, man. When I tell you, bro, the stuff is depressing, man. It's really, really sick how they did this, man, yo.
An artist, to be a conscious artist of color, you're constantly having to pick your battles. And, at some point you have to, really decide what your boundaries are. What are the things that you undoubtedly stand for.
Malcolm had...
See, notice a clip. No context, no full video, just a clip. That's how they manipulate you. Never listen to clip videos. Always locate the full video. Because here's the thing, guys. Context. If you want to be a conscious singer, a conscious artist in an industry that don't support truth, you're going to have a problem. Common sense would tell you that. You're trying to do something that speak truth. The industry is about entertainment. They don't want to hear none of that conscious stuff. They want to hear something that's going to keep people entertained so we can make money. Keep them dumbed down and docile. So you cannot go into the industry trying to be a freedom fighter. It's not going to work. And a lot of people try to do stuff like that, and they end up, having issues. I don't know who this person is, but I'm about to block you because it's like all your comments is just a bunch of garbage. So I'm pretty much putting you on a block list, right? You don't got time for all of that mess, right? When you come into the live chat, speak English. Don't come in here posting a bunch of weird words and you just look crazy. I don't got time for all of that. I'm just going to put you on the block list, right? Shout out to, what's that? IVR says, I guess they talking, you think I guess the way you meant to say, the way they talking, you think Malcolm was Khalid Muhammad. He was just a regular dude like us. That's the thing that's crazy, fam. He was a regular dude, just doing what he normally do. You know what I mean? The man was a family man. His father taught him these things, and it's like it made him a strong man. But people trying to use him to push their agenda. Basically, they're using Malcolm Jamal Warner's death to push their agenda with his death, man. It's sick. Sick, people.
Crossed the line from managed resistance to dangerous truth-telling. And Eddie Griffin's tribute confirmed that the machine responded exactly as Eddie had predicted.
They said that, wow. Let me rewind it back, guys. Listen to the words
that you undoubtedly stand for.
Malcolm had crossed the line from managed resistance to dangerous truth-telling.
Malcolm crossed the line with dangerous truth-telling. What was so dangerous that Malcolm talked about? I'll wait. They're just making up stuff as they go, guys. This whole video is fabricated garbage. That's crazy, man. Listen.
And Eddie Griffin's tribute confirmed that the machine responded exactly as Eddie had predicted for years.
So now they're saying that Eddie Griffin predicted the death of Malcolm Jamal Warner. Wouldn't that make Eddie Griffin a suspect? When did Eddie Griffin predict that Malcolm Jamal Warner was going to get killed? And people listening to this BS, man.
To understand Malcolm Jamal Warner's final transformation, you need to know about Michelle Thomas.
Now more fabrications, more manipulation, more lies. Let's go.
Woman whose death in 1998.
Notice how they keep on talking about these deaths. This death, that death, getting us all suspicious. The boogeyman, the Illuminati, the demons. This is what they're doing, guys.
Shaped every decision he made for the next 27 years. Michelle wasn't just another Hollywood romance. She was Malcolm's co-star, his moral anchor, and ultimately, his guide from beyond the grave.
A guide beyond the grave? So now Malcolm has a guide beyond the grave. This is crazy, man. Absolutely crazy.
Michelle Thomas played Justine Phillips on The Cosby Show, Theo's sweet, intelligent girlfriend who represented everything positive about young black love on television. But behind the cameras, Michelle and Malcolm's real-life relationship became something deeper and more transformative than anything their characters experienced on screen.
This is just fake news, fake content, fake. All that you're hearing from this video, guys, is pure bullshit. I'm telling you, if you're a viewer of YouTube and you're listening to that type of poison, you got to stop. You got to really think and use your brain. A lot of the stuff y'all watching, listen, over 80% of the content you see on social media is bullshit. Nothing but lies. Very rare is a real content creator that speak truth. I'm speaking truth to you guys. I'm showing you. I'm literally breaking down this video, showing you all of these lies. And people believe it. This video got over almost 400,000 views.
Michelle Thomas was born in Boston to Caribbean immigrant parents who instilled in her an unshakable moral foundation. She entered Hollywood with her values intact and refused to let the industry corrupt her spirit. While other young actresses were being pressured into degrading roles or exploitative situations.
Pressured into degrading roles. I'm telling you, man. They making it seem like everybody in the industry is being oppressed. Everybody's being oppressed, guys. But yet when it's time to collect awards, everybody's collecting their movie awards.
Michelle maintained her dignity. She chose projects carefully, spoke thoughtfully about representation, and never compromised her principles for fame or money. Malcolm fell in love not just with Michelle's beauty, but with her integrity.
Wow.
In an industry designed to break down young black talent, Michelle represented something rare, someone who could navigate Hollywood without losing herself. Their 5-year relationship became Malcolm's education in maintaining authenticity while building a career.
All of this is lies, guys. All of this is fabricated.
When cancer struck Michelle at just 28 years old, Malcolm watched the love of his life fight with the same moral clarity she had brought to everything else. Even facing death, Michelle made what she called the highest choice, refusing to let fear or bitterness consume her final months. Malcolm was there when she took her last breath.
Malcolm was there when she took her last breath. Are y'all seeing this mess? Are y'all seeing this? And if you were to go look up all this information, bruh, you'd be shocked.
Michelle's mother revealed that he literally climbed into the hospital bed to hold Michelle as she died. This wasn't celebrity grief. This was a man losing the person who had kept his soul intact in an industry designed...
An industry designed for what?
Destroy it.
To destroy it.
For 27 years after Michelle's death, Malcolm used her memory as his moral GPS.
So he used her memory as a moral GPS. That whole video is made by AI, and all of that stuff is pure lies and garbage.
Every career decision, every public statement, every moment of temptation was filtered through one question. What would Michelle have done? This wasn't just romantic nostalgia. It was a survival strategy in an industry that systematically corrupts black talent.
So it systematically destroys black talent, but black talent love being on there in the industry.
But something changed in Malcolm's final year. The man who had spent decades carefully balancing Michelle's moral guidance with Hollywood pragmatism suddenly stopped being diplomatic. His final Instagram posts about being tired of running for shade represented Malcolm.
Now they said final Instagram post again. They just told you his final post. Now they telling you again, another post, final.
Finally embracing the kind of uncompromising truth-telling that Michelle would have been proudest of. He stopped managing his resistance and started speaking with the moral clarity that had made Michelle Thomas.
You know this is AI. This is all AI, guys. All lies. That's why you can't even trust AI. You can't. Because it's just nothing but lies being told, guys. Everything you're listening to there is nothing but lies. Everything.
Too pure for Hollywood to corrupt. And ultimately, too dangerous for the machine to let him live.
Too dangerous for the machine to let him live? But Eddie Griffin is alive? Wow.
The highest choice Michelle would have been proud of, speaking truth regardless of consequences. But Eddie Griffin knew the price of that choice. His tribute wasn't just mourning a friend, it was documenting the execution of a warrior.
How could his How could his whatchamacallit, what let me rewind it back. Listen to this, guys. Listen to this. This is a lie.
Friend. It was documenting
Wait. Listen.
His tribute wasn't just mourning a friend. It was
He said his tribute wasn't just mourning a friend. They were not friends. They were not friends. How come Eddie Griffin is not on camera talking about his friend? Come on now. If Eddie Griffin was great friends with Malcolm Jamal Warner, why didn't he just come on camera and talk about him? Why didn't he just come on camera like I'm live right now and be like, hey, man, you know, my good friend, he's dead. You know, I just spoke to him last week, because they were not friends. They were not friends. They didn't like each other. Eddie Griffin is just another grifter, and he's full of shit, period. I don't got no respect for this dude.
Documenting the execution of a warrior who refused to surrender in a war most people don't know exists.
So nobody don't even know the war exists, but he's in a war. Make that make sense. Malcolm Jamal Warner is in a war, but nobody knows it exists. But for some reason, we know that Eddie Griffin is fighting against the machine in Hollywood. Make it make sense, people. None of this stuff makes sense.
The conspiracy theorists who immediately questioned Malcolm's drowning aren't paranoid. They're pattern recognition experts who understand.
Pattern recognition experts. This is. Social media influencers and these narcissistic conspiracy theorists are now pattern what? Pattern, what they said.
Paranoid. They're pattern recognition experts who understand that in an industry where Diddy faces federal charges for decades of systematic abuse.
Do you see how the manipulation, how they threw Diddy in there to continue that manipulative spirit in you?
Jeffrey Epstein connections.
More Epstein. Do you see how they keep on playing that in your mind, That is how they psychologically destroy you. This is psychological warfare, guys. This is psychological warfare. Everything that I'm exposing here, I'm exposing how the industry uses psychology, manipulation, twist narratives, distort information in order to shape public opinion about somebody, right?
Deep through entertainment circles, where corruption is finally being exposed at the highest levels. The death of a credible witness is
a credible witness. When did Mr. Warner become a credible witness to anything? They just making stuff up as they go to make it seem like he was such a very important person in history that they took him out. They killed him.
Really accidental. Malcolm Jamal Warner didn't
And they
die.
saying his death wasn't accidental. Listen.
Malcolm Jamal Warner didn't die in a swimming accident. He was eliminated because he had become too dangerous to the...
Did you hear this madness? Listen. That video alone is disinformation.
Swimming accident.
Listen to this lie.
Malcolm Jamal Warner didn't die in a swimming accident.
He didn't die in a swimming accident? That's the official story. What are you talking about? He didn't die in a swimming accident. Okay, so how did he die?
He was eliminated because he had become too dangerous to the machine he and Eddie had been fighting their entire careers.
So why Eddie is still alive? So you're telling the public that the Illuminati killed him because he became too dangerous, but Eddie Griffin is alive to make Instagram posts. So right after the post so Malcolm is dead because the industry took him out, but Eddie Griffin is still alive, even though he just made a post saying that he's going to war with the machine. So we should expect Eddie Griffin to be dead next week. Are y'all putting the puzzle together? The whole system is a lie, guy. The internet is fake. We are living in the worst time in history, guys.
His final Instagram poetry about psychological warfare, his podcast challenging racial stereotypes, his interviews connecting entertainment racism to broader systematic oppression.
This is just a bunch of BS, bro. Do you know how many platforms out there focus on the injustices of black people, racism, and everything else? There are way more credible YouTubers that have been doing that type of content for years. They're not dead. They're alive.
All of it threatened the narrative control that keeps the machine running. Eddie Griffin,
Right. Eddie Griffin has always been a puppet. That's the thing I don't get about this, guys.
immediate, uncompromising tribute, serves as both obituary and battle cry. By calling Malcolm a warrior who died fighting the Hollywood machine.
Malcolm did not die fighting any Hollywood machine, guys. This is so... Yo, you don't notice they keep repeating that too? Remember what I told you about repetition. Repetition is good, but it can also be used for evil. You know? I'm very repetitive in my content, but I'm teaching. So I want people to understand. But when somebody wants you to be manipulated, they repeat things over and over. That's what they do.
He was confirming what many suspected, but few dared say. The war is real, the casualties are mounting, and the machine will eliminate anyone who threatens its control over black minds and black narratives.
Okay, so if that's true, why Eddie Griffin is still alive? Why all the podcasters are still alive? Why all the preachers are still alive? Why everybody's still alive? Why Malcolm is dead? Because he died in a swimming accident at sea in Costa Rica. That's why. Not because he was a truth teller or any of this other garbage that they're putting out there. All lies.
In the end, Malcolm Jamal Warner's death proves Eddie Griffin's most chilling prediction.
So he's saying that Eddie Griffin predicted Malcolm Jamal Warner's death. If Eddie Griffin proved it, then maybe Eddie Griffin did it. How about that? And if he knew so much, why he ain't warned his friend? This is why AI content is garbage, because it don't work. It makes no sense. Once you start using logic, you're actually smarter than AI.
In Hollywood's systematic war against conscious black entertainers, nobody leaves this business clean.
So how is it that Eddie Griffin is still there if nobody leaves this business clean? You got to ask yourself the question, why is Eddie Griffin unscathed from the industry?
And the truth tellers who refuse to stay silent.
The truth tellers who refuse to stay silent, Eddie Griffin posts on his Instagram that he's going at war with the machine. He's not staying silent. How come he's still alive?
Don't get to leave at all.
So how he's still alive? Why is Eddie Griffin still alive, guys? Why? Why all these content creators that claim they're exposing the truth, how come they're alive? How come they didn't get taken out?
The machine claimed another warrior. But Eddie's confirmation ensures that Malcolm's death won't be forgotten or dismissed.
Notice they make sure to tell you to subscribe. Subscribe to BS. You see what they do?
As another tragic accident. Anyway, that's it for this video, folks.
That's crazy. I don't want to give it no free promotion, because that's pretty much it. Right? That was it from that video. So, that being said, guys, be very careful with all of these content creators that are making videos, especially the ones that are now using Eddie Griffin in their titles. If you see any videos with Eddie Griffin in the titles where they're saying that Eddie Griffin confirms Malcolm Jamal Warner was at war with the industry, that content creator is a narcissist. That content creator is spreading disinformation, and they're lying. I just broke down the whole different scenario regarding this situation with Eddie Griffin. Eddie Griffin is a grifter, and the whole thing is a grift. One big grift in order to make money. And all these other content creators that are siding into that narrative, they're all a part of the beast system. All of them. You'd be surprised how many content creators sold their soul to the devil for fortune and fame. A lot of these people are Black Hebrew Israelites, Christians, They're in different religions. They could be Muslim. You don't know. But they all have a belief system in order to mask the lying and the manipulation. They have to hide behind a cloak. You know what I mean? But yeah. Eddie Griffin is definitely a grifter, and he needs to be canceled for clout chasing off of the death of Malcolm Jamal Warner by actually claiming that he's friends. He's not friends with him. If you were to go check Eddie Griffin's phone, I can guarantee you guys, there's no phone calls from them. There's no text messages from them. Those guys were not talking on the phone. And it's just really, really sick, guys. Absolutely sick. And it's just diabolical, man. That people can be so evil and try to manipulate and clout chase off of you once you die in order to enrich themselves. You know? That's crazy, man. Guys, if you think about it, and you know, there's a content creator named New Breed. He actually is a grifter as well, because he made a video claiming that Eddie Griffin confirmed that Malcolm Jamal Warner was at war with the industry. That's a lie. That content creator is a demon from hell. And he specialized in posting disinformation to manipulate viewers. And there's a lot of other YouTubers that are doing the same right now. And it's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy how this thing works. Let me block this other person, man. Look, if you have a username that is just scribble scrabble words, I'm just putting you on the block list because you're a weirdo, right? I don't got no time for all this junk. Like, seriously, I don't got no time, right? If you got weird usernames, you're not posting English, your grammar is horrible, I'm just putting you on the block list because you're a bot. At this point, you're AI, and I don't really appreciate that. You know, you got a lot of free time on your hand to be over here doing that goofy stuff, right? If you come in here, make sure you know how to read and write. Make sure you are using and spelling words properly. Don't come in here posting and you just looking crazy, all right? Because I'm just going to put you on my block list. I don't got time for AI bots, weirdos coming over here doing goofy stuff, right? We do real content over here. I provide real stories, real solutions. I break videos down. We do our investigative work to prove these cases, right? So that being said, I hope everybody enjoyed the video stream. If you're not subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing today. This is the best channel for reactionary content, commentary and criticism, news reporting. We break down the stories the correct way. We don't sugarcoat. We don't lie to you. We keep everything 100% all the time. No manipulation, no gaslighting, no love bombing. We don't do none of that nonsense over here. We keep everything a G with you because we believe that the truth is what's going to set you free. And a lot of these content creators, I don't trust them. I really don't trust none of these people. I think a lot of these people are devils and they work with Satan, because anybody that's trying to use Malcolm Jamal Warner's death as a way to manipulate people into thinking he was something that he wasn't, you're sick. You're a sick person, man. And they do this every time a black celebrity die. They always say, yeah, the Illuminati took him out. He was sacrificed. He was this and he was that. And it's just really sick. There is such thing as blood sacrifices, don't get me wrong. You know, rapper Takeoff, that was a blood sacrifice. Quavo was able to benefit. Mob Ties was able to benefit. And various other people behind the scenes, they was able to benefit off the death of rapper Takeoff. They set him up at that bowling alley. They knew they were going to kill him. That's why they made him smoke. They made him get high. He didn't even know he died. When he got shot in the back of the head, he didn't even... He was here 1 minute. They sent him to the shadow realm. He didn't even know. And his body was on the floor in a pool of blood. And Quavo pretty much knew who did it, but never told the people, never told the feds. Everybody know who did it because everybody was right there. That was a blood sacrifice. That was a hit. And once Quavo was able to do that, he was able to get the money able to excel in his career. And it's just really, really sick, man. Absolutely sick. And I pretty much covered the case with Rapper Takeoff. I got a plethora of videos breaking it all down, guys. We went to the bowling alley, not to the bowling alley physical, but we were able to use the maps and various other Google tech in order to pinpoint everything that went down. We talked about mob ties. We talked about whatchamacallit. What is this guy name? The so-called boss, the father. I don't even know his name, man. I done forgot his name, man. Y'all know who I'm. Dude, everybody was afraid of back in the day, man. What's his name? You know what I'm saying? The so-called CEO, Jay Prince. Appreciate it. So you had Jay Prince. I exposed them all, fam. I don't care about none of these people, man. We exposed Jay Prince. We exposed his son. We exposed everybody in that particular case. We broke it all down. We exposed Quavo. I exposed every last one of them guys, man. It was a very beautiful series of videos. To be honest, fam, my series with Rapper Takeoff, I think is what made my platform take off, because I did such a wonderful job exposing that case way better than any other YouTuber. And I covered that case very good. That case, the case of Stephen Twitch Boss, his death, that was a blood sacrifice. They try to make you believe that he took his own life. No, he was murdered. And we pretty much proved that through various videos. Anytime somebody go to a hotel and they claim that they took their life, they always make up that story. But they never show you the footage of the subject going to the hotel. There's cameras. They never show you. Why? Because he was never there. That's the narrative they put out in order to, do what they need to do. Shanquella, her death, was diabolical and sick. What's that other young lady? Which was another blood sacrifice. The one where you had the young lady walking around the building and she ended up in a freezer. Y'all remember that? What was her name? Kanika Jenkins something? I forgot the name. Ladies and gentlemen, I lift my hands up to the Most High. I did a video back in the day exposing the truth about Kanika Jenkins. They took down my video. I don't know if any of you were around when I did that video. You remember? If you remember, put a 1 in the chat. They took down my video. I exposed the truth about the death of Kanika Jenkins, I believe her name is. YouTube took down my video. I was on the case, guys, breaking it down, man. They took my video down. And I ain't gonna hold you, man. When they did that, it discouraged me. It discouraged me because I was the best at doing it. And then everybody else started to steal everything that I talked about. And YouTube never touched their videos, but they touched mine. They literally removed my videos, making all these claims that I'm violating this. And I'm like, listen, all I was doing was speaking the truth. And then when they took down my videos, I just decided not to talk about the story no more. And then other people started to do the things that I was doing, and YouTube never bothered them. He never did, and their platforms was able to grow. Mine was stuck, And that's what really messed me up, because I'm really passionate about these stories, especially when doing investigative news reporting. It's something that I'm really good at. I'm really good at breaking things down. I'm good at speaking. I'm good at, engaging with the audience and keeping the audience in tune. I focus on understanding, making you understand. I know at times I'm repetitive. I repeat myself, but that's all a part of understanding, And I'm really dedicated to doing this work. This video is powerful. Anybody listen to this video from the beginning to the end, it'll get you through your day. It'll make you understand that Eddie Griffin is a grifter. It'll show you that AI is ruining social media. It'll show you that a lot of these content creators are nothing but frauds who are lying and manipulating in order to get a check. The internet is fake, guys. It's so funny. I was supposed to be using all of this time to record my content to upload in the morning, but I did this live stream. I might do a video to upload in the morning. I might. I'm kind of tired right now. But I wasn't even coming on, man. I just saw a YouTuber lying. I said, you know what? I got to come on, man. I got to speak this truth. I got to speak this truth, man. I can't have this devil out here just lying to these people all day and I don't put forth the truth. You know? So appreciate everybody stopping by, everybody who support the show. It takes a lot of energy to do this. I'm literally giving the people a lot of my energy, man, by putting out this content. So I got to go get something to eat and just kind of just chill and relax, man. Because doing this kind of content, man, it's like I'm fighting forces that are unseen that is working through social media to keep people dumbed down and docile. Think about how serious the manipulation is on social media. If I didn't break down the video the way it was supposed to be broken down, a lot of y'all probably watched that very same video and believed it. The video is 100% lies, man. Think about how many more people are lying right now. I could break down a dozen of content creator videos. They're all lying. Anybody, ladies and gentlemen, listen to me. Anybody talking about the death of Malcolm Jamal Warner as if though there's some sort of foul play or the Illuminati or a blood sacrifice, turn them off. They're lying to you. They're lying to you. They're lying to you guys, man. Any content creator you see who keep making videos about this man, trying to prove that he didn't die by swimming, something else happened. These people are liars, man. They are lying every day, man. Anyway, man, I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you learned something, man. I hope that this video really stimulate thought and make you question people. Go to those YouTubers that are lying, man, and question them. Shout my name out. You know what I'm saying? I bet you they delete your comment. You mention my name on any YouTuber platform, they will delete your comment. They will delete your comment. Trust me. They will. They'll be like, heck no, you ain't promoting that guy. They don't want you to know who I am, man. Because they know I break these videos down. They don't want you to know. They don't want me to exist. You know? But I'm here. I'm here, all right. And as long as I'm here, I'm going to do this content, speak this truth. So that being said, I appreciate everybody stopping by. If you like the content and you feel I did a good job, consider subscribing to the channel. If you don't like my content, you think it sucks, you don't like my locks, you know, maybe we'll meet on better circumstances. Maybe you can post a comment and tell me how I can improve my content, you know? But all those that supported the show, I appreciate y'all coming through. Shout out to all the truckers out there on the road, you know, who watch the videos from the beginning to the end. All the people that's out there on the 9-to-5 grind doing what you got to do. Salute to all the mods, Caramel, V-Dub, man, you know, Forever Studios. I think y'all the only moderators that was here. But shout out to all the mods. You know, I know y'all got busy lives, things that y'all got to do. But yeah, it is what it is, man. You know, guys, remember earlier, guys, when I told you there was a young child that took my signs that I have by the yard and took them and pulled them up and just threw them on the ground? Put a one if you remember me talking about that. I got an update. Guys. Put a one if you remember me saying that in my last live stream. I got an update for you. So if you don't know, well, we in another day, so Sunday. So yesterday, when I did my live stream, I was telling my viewers that a child in this community took my signs. You know those signs you put on your lawn, telling people don't step on the lawn, please respect. Signs like that, them little signs you put on the yard. I have them going around the perimeter, around the corner of the house, right? Because I don't want nobody stepping on the yard. Now, the yard is in dormant right now. My lawn, as lush and beautiful as you saw it, it's dormant right now because the heat is too hot. A cool season lawn will go into dormant if it's over 85 degrees. It's going to go dormant. Now, it could stay good if you have good irrigation, but I'm not wasting gallons of water to keep the yard going all summer. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not wasting no money like that. That gives me a break so that I can relax because I just recovered from sprained ankles. Y'all know that already. I'm not even thinking about the yard right now. I do go out to maintain it. Even though it's dormant, I dethatched the yard. I scalped it all the way down. It's like 1 inch right now. Before it was like 4 inches, but I cut it down to about 1 inch. And I did this every week. It went from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, so that I can get rid of all of the thatch and the buildup to prepare it for fall weather so that I could reseed and get it back in business where it needed to be. So now I keep these signs around the perimeter. So the day before yesterday, a young kid, he probably is like between the ages of probably 7 to 10. So he got to be between that age group. He's featured on my security camera vandalizing my yard, touching my property by taking the signs, plucking them up, and then just throwing them on the floor like it ain't nothing. So I caught him doing it. Now, what's crazy about this, guys, is this. When he did it, I got him on camera, and I just kind of just brushed it off, you know? But then something said to go outside and see if you can find him so that you could talk to his parents. Because I believe in talking to the parents, not really the kids, because kids are going to be wicked. You know what I'm saying? I want to talk to the parent, because, you know, people are weird. You talk to their kid, they get upset. You know what I mean? So I jumped on my scooter and went outside and rode around the community. Because the community is pretty much, there's only one entrance to leave. Actually 2, but really 1. You can't go nowhere. So every child that is in this community is going to be in this community. So I went and did some rounds around looking to see if I see who the child is, because I know what they're wearing. They're on camera. So I couldn't find them. So at one point, I turn the corner. I see a child coming down the block. Keep in mind, it's like 90 plus degrees. The kid is wearing a rain jacket. A rain jacket with the hood all the way down past the knee. It was funny to see because it's boiling hot outside. Why would you have on a rain jacket? That was the kid with a disguise on, trying to get home, thinking that I wouldn't notice. But I already know who it is because I see the shoes, I see the shorts, I see the shirt. I can see you. And I can tell that they knew who I was. And they must have been by a friend's house and decided to leave to go home. You have to understand, I'm a discerner of spirits. I could discern spirits. So even though a spirit was operating through the child, I could discern the spirit that was operating through the child. Demons can work through children too, guys, not just adults, from children too. So he goes walking past, and I just kind of rode around act like I didn't see. So I go all the way around the block and I circle all the way around. I come back up. I saw what house he went into. So I already knew where he lived. At that point, I was like, he's a kid. Who cares? You know, kids do crazy things. I'll let it slide. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna go get him in trouble. You know what I mean? We all were kids. We did dumb stuff. You know? So I kind of just let it go. I didn't like it, but I just let it go. While I was streaming with you guys yesterday, while I was on stream, remember when I told you I'm gonna lock the garage door and I told you all these kids are outside? I don't know what these kids are doing. These kids must be up to no good. Y'all remember when I said that? Once I finished my live, guys, once I finished the live stream, I went upstairs and I just looked out one of my daughter's windows. Fam, I couldn't believe it. All the signs, like 5 signs on the side of the house, was removed and thrown on the floor like it ain't shit. I was pissed. At that point, all bets are off the table now. All bets are off the table. Being that I just finished streaming, I said, let me go check the camera. I go on the camera, lo and behold, the child is there. Now, here's the thing. If it was an adult, I would have made this public. I would have put it on YouTube. I would have put it on blast. It is what it is. But because they're children, I'm not going to put them on YouTube, right? But I could talk about it. The child is featured on camera running, grabbing the signs and throwing them on the floor. And I'm looking at this stuff and I'm like, at this point, this is harassment. This doesn't make no sense. You know? Let me see. Let me just block this person here. Like, you're crazy. Nobody's fighting with a child, right? These trolls are always coming in here doing stupid shit, right? If a child took a key and started to key your car, I don't think you'll be talking like that. I think it'll concern you. When a child is doing something as simple as lifting your signs up that you have on the yard and throwing them down, that's harassment. That's vandalizing. Nobody should be touching your property. If you have property and you have a sign in front of your house, I'm not supposed to touch your sign and take it and throw it down like it ain't shit. Right? So when I checked the camera and I saw that it was the same kid. And what's so crazy and diabolical is he was wearing the same clothes. He was wearing the same clothes as he did the previous day. He had on the same shirt, same shorts, same shoes. So now that's 2 strikes. At that point, I got to do something about it. So I went outside, jumped on the scooter, went across the road because I looked out the window and at first I didn't see him. So I was like, okay, it's still early. It's still hot outside. He's going to still be outside. These are kids. So I'm looking out the window. I spot him. I see him playing with the other kids on the side of the road by another house, another property across the street. So I said, okay, let me go over there and talk to one of the parents. So I took my scooter, went over there, and at first I was like, where's your parents? I need to speak to your father and your mother. And then I seen one child standing by the door. I said, is your father home? Is your father home? Now, that wasn't his house. I wanted to speak to a parent, somebody that's an adult. Because, you know, people are weird. You know what I mean? You know, you talking to their kid, they want to act all crazy. Next minute, you got to go get a gun or something. You know what I mean? I'm trying to be as civil as possible. It's a serious matter, but I'm trying to be as civil yet stern at the same time. So I asked one of the kids, I said, is your father home? Because I believe in talking to people face to face. So if there's a man in the house, let him come outside so I could talk to him face to face about the situation. You know what I mean? I guess the father wasn't home. I guess his mom is home. So the mom comes outside. You know, she came outside respectful. You know what I mean? Everything cool. And she asked me, what's the problem? You know, what's going on? So I proceeded to let her know. Now, it's not her child. but I just wanted to talk to a parent. So she comes out and I address her in terms of, greet her. My name is such and such and such. I live over there. It is what it is. And I said, this young man right here vandalized the property. You know what I mean? And he did some things that he's not supposed to do. And I'm really trying to locate his parents so I can actually talk to them about what's going on, because if it happened again, I'm going to have to call the police. Now, when you live in an HOA community, the last thing you want, right, is cops coming to your door. It's not a good thing. You don't want to be the type of neighbor that is harassing other neighbors. You don't want to be the kind of person that is your kids are doing evil and vandalizing property. You don't want that, because it's going to get back to the HOA through law enforcement. Either I'm going to contact them and file a complaint against you, and it's going to be a problem. You're going to be fined. It's not a game, right? Because I don't bother nobody. I don't get in nobody's way. I don't do no trouble. I'm not that guy. You know what I mean? My kids are respectful. I don't let them go on nobody's yard. You can't even go on I don't let my kids even go on your grass. Nothing. I tell my kids ride their bike here and there. That's it. Do not go by nobody's yard. Right? So it was twice that the child did this. So I'm talking to the lady. She knows who the lady is. So she proceeds to call the mom. I guess the mom is supposed to be at work. Not that I believe she's at work. I don't really believe it, because in my mind, if you're at work, who's supervising your child? If you're at work, who's supervising your child? Those are the type of things that make me go, I can understand it may be embarrassing, or maybe you may not want to talk to me face to face, but I believe that as a parent, you should address these type of issues face to face and own up to what your children do. If my child did something that wasn't right, I would want to talk and make sure I'm talking with the parents to make sure we clear the air and there's no issues. Because when stuff like that happen, it makes people not like you. And I'm the type of person that don't even like being around people. So when stuff like that happen, it's not going to make me like you. You get what I'm saying? It makes people not trust you, and it makes you question, if a child is doing this, then what are the parents like? You know what I'm saying? Like, if your child have no respect for other people's property, what that says about the parents and what they're being taught. This is what I know to be true, because my children is a reflection of me. If I see my child outside doing dirt, I'm going to discipline them and correct them. You know what I'm saying? I told you guys before, my kids were on the side of the house. Y'all remember when I think I told you guys, they were eating chips, drinking water bottles, and they left all their trash by the neighbor's house. Y'all remember I told you guys about that? And I literally told them, hey, you go on over there and you clean that mess up, man. And don't ever do that again. Because they left all the trash by the neighbor's yard. And I said, no, that's not happening on my watch. You don't do that. They don't do that no more. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're a reflection of me. So when you do that, it looks like, oh, I'm allowing this type of stuff. Here, my yard is clean, and I got all these signs saying don't touch this and don't be on my yard, and yet your kids is dirty in other people's yard? No. I made sure they clean that mess up. So the lady called the mother and told her exactly what's going on and said he got everything on camera. Because I showed the woman the footage. I showed her. I said, look, he's on camera. That's him. And, I don't know what she's going to do about the situation, but she had wanted the other woman to give her her number or whatever the case, or me give her to know. I don't want to talk to nobody by no phone. I don't know you. And I don't want to know you, to be honest. You know, I keep to myself. I don't bother nobody. I believe that talking to people face to face is a show of respect and that you're willing to resolve an issue the correct way. Because, like I said, I could just call the police and send them to your door and make a complaint with the HOA that, children are vandalizing the property and, this needs to stop. And once those complaints come in, it's not going to be good for you, because it's all on camera. You can't deny it. So I try to be diplomatic, civil, and just have the conversation with the parent to kind of, resolve the situation. It won't happen again. Apologize. Okay, you're sorry. Okay, cool. Okay, it is what it is. Because the lady asked the child, why did you do that? Why did you touch their property? Why are you on their yard messing around? The kid said, I don't know. I don't know. Sorry. I don't know and sorry don't make sense, right? The thing that kids are normally sorry for is that they got caught. And this is why I recommend you have cameras on your property. Cameras everywhere. Cameras on every window. Put cameras everywhere, because a lot of times people will do things. I mean, think about this, guys. My moderators are blocking demonic trolls that are in here. Imagine I'm speaking on something as serious as what I'm talking about, and trolls are coming in here talking about to protect children. You see how this works, guys? I'm telling you, the world we live in is sick. That's why I don't like being around people. That's why I really don't like living around people, guys. Because when you live around people, you deal with issues. If you have your own acres of land and there's no human beings around, it's such a wonderful life, because it's like you don't got to deal with BS. Nobody's going to be on your yard. Nobody's going to be on your property. Nobody could be around. You have big old fencing and gates. Nobody can't come past that gate. So I told the lady, I said, nah, I'm not giving up no number. No, I don't want to talk to nobody. I don't want to talk to nobody. There's nothing to talk about. I want to show the mother the footage so she could see her son doing what he did, so that he could be disciplined and not have that done again. I don't want to talk on no phones, right? I think it's sort of like dismissive almost to talk on a phone. You know what I mean? In my opinion, it's kind of like, okay, I talked to you on the phone, it won't happen again, but I never was able to see you face to face. No, I'm supposed to see you face to face so you can own up and be accountable for your children. Parents must be held accountable for their children. It's just that simple, So I pretty much left. I told the lady thanks, for calling the mom. It is what it is. I don't know if the mom was really at work. I don't know if she was probably home, just probably didn't want to see nobody. It is what it is. All I'm saying is that if it happened one more time, it is going to be hot water out here. It will be a lot of complaints, a lot of law enforcement, and I'm going to make it hot. I'm going to make it very, very hot, because nobody should be on your yard touching nothing. Don't touch nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't touch your yard. I don't harass you. I don't say nothing to you. I don't talk to nobody unless they speak to me. You know what I mean? It's only about 2 guys out here that I talk to every now and then. And that's it. We have brief conversations. They seem like cool people. And it is what it is. I'm very respectful of people, but I don't like when people vandalize property, because if you're doing that with the signs, what you're basically saying is, I don't like the signs being up, which means I want to step on your yard. I want to be able to do what I want to do on your property. And that's not happening here. Those cameras are going to put somebody in a lot of hot water. That's why I keep them rolling. And it's something that I would have never thought would happen. Like, why would a child do that? Like, why would a kid do that? That's just it's bad, and it's embarrassing, and it should make any parent feel ashamed that this is what, it makes you look like a bad neighbor. So I would expect the mother to discipline her child, set order and boundaries, and make them know not to do that again. And what I'm really waiting to see is if the parent is going to actually come to this door or this area and actually own up to what their son did and resolve that issue. Because I'm not going to their house to talk to them. You know what I mean? I'm not doing that. I'll let the police go to your house. That's what I would do. And, you know, normally when people can't resolve issues like this, I don't want to have nothing to do with you. Meaning if I see your child anywhere near the property doing anything, law enforcement will be called and the parents will be held accountable because I got the tapes. I got the tapes and it's not going to be good for you. You know what I mean? So this is why in communities it's very important that people communicate. We don't have to be friends, but you have to know how to keep the peace. I think that that's something that a lot of people and neighbors don't understand. We don't have to be friends. We don't have to like each other, even though I don't know anybody. But the point is, we don't have to be friends, but you have to be civilized adults and learn how to resolve issues. You know what I mean? It's very important that that is done in communal environments. Keeping the peace is what's important. In other words, if your children do something that's out of pocket, it is good to talk as adults, get those issues resolved so that we can move on and there's no tension. But if you don't resolve those issues, then there's going to always be tension in the air. And this is why you have neighbor disputes and arguments and people, you know, crashing out. It's because of stuff like that. And that's another reason why I don't make my kids play with nobody's kids. I don't want my kids playing with nobody's kids in this community. I don't want that. You know what I mean? I tell my kids, stay to yourself, do your own thing. That's why you got sisters. Because I don't want my kids playing around with kids that vandalize other people's property. It says a lot about parents. You know what I'm saying? Imagine my daughters hanging around those kids. And what's so funny is when I walked up to the property to address the situation, I was asking, it was like a few kids there. You could tell they all from different houses, different parents. And I was like, do you know where he lived? His mom, his dad, do anybody know? Everybody was quiet, which means they all knew what he did. And I'm going to tell you another thing that might be true. They probably dared him to do it. The very same friends that he had probably double dared him to do it. Probably told him, I dare you to do it. And he went and did it. Those are not friends. I know this to be a fact because a lot of times kids are around negative kids and the kids will dare him by saying, I dare you to take their signs and pull it and throw it. And the kid don't know no better. And he go and he do it. And then when he do it, he get in trouble. And all his friends are sitting back laughing at him. And sometimes that can happen to you as an adult, where as an adult, somebody come, whisper in your ear, put a battery in your back, tell you, I dare you to do X, Y, and Z. And you go do it and you end up in prison, in a box. You get in trouble with the law. You end up losing your job because you listened to somebody. I really believe that somebody told him to do that. My discerning spirit is telling me someone told him to do that. Meaning they know not to do it. But they told him, you go do it. Knowing he's going to get in trouble. They knew he was going to get in trouble. So my next move is, I'm not saying nothing else about the situation. I have all videos downloaded and prepared to make a formal complaint. And if it happened again, law enforcement will be at their door and the HOA will be notified with video footage and everything else, houses, pictures, everything else. Because I'm not going to waste my time talking to neighbors about stuff that they should take care of. You know, that's why I try to talk to neighbors about their issues, about these issues. That way we can resolve them, and we don't have to have law enforcement involved with HOA or any of that type of stuff. I'm not the type of person that complain about these things. I don't do that type of stuff, you know. But when it gets to the point where it's affecting where I live and it becomes harassment, even if it's a child that's doing it, we got to nip that in the bud and resolve that issue. Because if my children did that on somebody else's yard, trust and believe the parents would be at my door. Parents would be at my door. Cops would be at my door. Complaints would be made. And it is what it is. And it's just sad that sometimes people are unwilling to resolve these issues that their kids get involved in. Because if you don't teach your kids from now, then when they become adults or teenagers, they're going to be vandalizing people's property and end up getting hurt. It's going to happen, guys. They're going to vandalize people's property and end up getting hurt. We've seen these type of stories happen many times where teens run up on people's yards, ringing bells and doing goofy stuff, and then they end up getting in trouble. You know? It's crazy. Now, if it was an adult that did it, I would have aired the videos out for you. But these are children, so I'm not going to put them out there. You know what I mean? I want their parents to do their job. Parent your kids. You know, that's why I'm glad the lady came out to talk with me, so that there's a witness there. Because being that she knows the lady, she's going to most likely communicate. And they're going to have their little talks. I don't know what they talk about. I don't really care. I just wanted a parent to be a witness so that they could see. You know? Let me see. Get the trolls out of here. What's funny is you being blocked, right? Because it's just amazing how people in this day, man. That's why I tell you we're living in the worst time in history. Just look at the amount of trolls that I'm blocking, guys. They're mentally sick. Those are the kind of humans that are in the world. And you wondering why I make my content telling you that we're living in the worst time in history, that everybody is fake. These people are weirdos. You know? You said we've seen videos of young boys walking up to a neighborhood door with a slave whip. Yeah, I think I did a video with that. I did a video with that. I believe I did. I did a video with that story. Yeah, it's the same person. I know. It's the same person who keep coming back. That's how you know they're a weirdo. They're crazy. I mean, to the troll that keeps signing up under a new account, right? You gotta be a psychopath to keep coming back after being blocked. You're a weirdo, like sick mentally. There is no way a grown adult, a rational thinking human being with responsibilities would sign up to multiple accounts and keep getting blocked and keep coming back and keep getting blocked. You need to see a doctor. Like, seriously, something's wrong with you. You know, those are those NPCs, guys. Those are the NPCs that I've been telling you about, these non-playable characters that just be out here tweaking and crashing out. It's really sick. You know, absolutely sick. And then they just came back again under another account. I believe that's AI, guys, because how could you sign up under a new account that fast? How could you sign up under a new account that quick and have names, titles, thumbnails, and avatars and everything? People are weird, bro. Those are demons. Those are demons. So yeah. And what I'm gonna do too, Because the camera that's on the side of the house is hidden. Nobody can know. Nobody know it's there. So I guess that's probably why the kid thought they could just do what they want. But now I'm gonna order a new camera, and I'm gonna install it on the higher end of the house, pointing downward, where you're gonna see it. Now you're gonna see the camera. Now you're gonna know there's a big old camera right there looking at you. And I'm gonna put one with a floodlight that anytime you walk past, especially at night, it's gonna flood the whole area with light. And it's gonna record anybody that's there, anybody, you know? So I'm gonna keep the security up. Security is very important, man, because I don't trust nobody. And when I see kids doing that, guys, you guys may not understand this, but when kids do stuff like that, it tells me a lot about what are adults thinking. What are the adults thinking? If the kids are doing that, what are the adults thinking? What is going on in their mind? Are they thinking positive thoughts about me or evil thoughts? And this is why I just like to stay to myself and don't talk to nobody, you know? Like if situations like that didn't happen, I won't talk to nobody. I just stay to myself, mind my business. If somebody speak to me, I speak to them. But for the most part, I just stay to myself. You know? Stay on the property where my cameras are rolling. That way nobody can say nothing. You know? So that being said, guys, I'm gonna get up on out of here, get me something to eat. Appreciate everybody stopping by. Again, if you like the content, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. It is what it is. I can't wait for the 1st of August so I can get started on the yard, prepare for fall to bring back the yard up. This time I'm gonna record the process. So look forward to that, guys. I'm gonna do some content because I wanna show you the process of the yard being dormant all the way to me bringing it back to life. I'm gonna show you the whole process of how it's done. And hopefully you'll learn how to do it yourself, need be, right? So that should be fun. Yeah. So I'm gonna get on out of here, guys. Y'all take care. Peace and blessings to the mods in the chat. V-Dub, man. Forever Studios, Caramel, Kimmy, Kim. Shout out to everybody that subscribed, all the channel members, the viewers, everybody in the clouds that watch the show. Appreciate you stopping by and giving an ear to this truth. If you didn't watch the whole video, you could probably catch the replay and, get this truth, man. I shared a lot of information, guys. A lot of information, you know? So that's about it, guys. Y'all take care. I'm gonna get up on out of here, man. Damn, time flies by, bro. Wow. Anyway, y'all, I'm out. Y'all take care. Peace and blessings. We out. Peace.